Hallo und ganz herzlich willkommen zum Tag der Industrie 2024. Herzlich willkommen an alle, die live in Berlin hier mit dabei sind und natürlich auch an
live in Berlin, and also welcome to our live stream audience. What are we going to discuss today? I think the film you saw just now summarized it really well. The world has reached a turning point, but this is a constructive and positive thing because this gives us an opportunity now to make decisions which will show the way forward. We needed new impulse, new momentum in such troubled times, and how better to do that than when we go to a new environment, to new locations. So welcome to the EUREF campus. Today's event has the motto Cohesion in a Polarized World. We have a motto that I think you see with your observations is very, very clear. And today we want to see how we can achieve more communality again in a global system which is undergoing major change, where we're asking ourselves, where is Europe, where is Germany in these times? So we're looking forward to discussing that. We are indeed. So we're looking forward to our host, Professor Siegfried Russwurm, the president of the BDI, Confederation German Industry. Thank you very much for the friendly words of welcome. Chancellor, Your Excellencies, Governor, ladies and gentlemen, members of Parliament, a very warm welcome to the Day of Industry, as ever just before the summer recess of politics in Berlin, this time just after the European elections. So it's very fitting that at the TDI 2024 we are focusing on Europe in particular, on what we have to do to make the next years better, more successful, following the target to making sure that Europe is on an equal footing with other parts of the world again, that Europe can be a leading, innovative and attractive economic location. Thank you very much for the wonderful support to Deloitte and all the other partners of TDI, because without your help this event would not be possible. Our motto expresses how serious the situation is. Cohesion in polarized worlds. This cohesion is what we need and need to strengthen our country as a democracy, a liberal and social market economy. We are challenged by an amazing amount of crisis within, where we have nationalist forces which are polarizing, which are inciting to unwanted situations, and outside aggression, war, conflicts, not just in trade and supply chains, but we have a problem with borders, with loss of life. The war of aggression against Ukraine has been waging for 2 years and has massively changed the system of the free world. Apart from that, all over the world, there are many other sources of conflict. The German business shows solidarity to the principle of the free world. We stand for mutual respect, for tolerance, for the rule of law and the inviolability of borders, both within and without. These precepts are the basis for international cooperation, partnership and the prosperity which arises out of that. The security context has changed all the time. We have many problems. Critical infrastructure are the target of government-focused attacks, online attacks, and that is something which also happens to business. So security is of central importance for industry as well, and it is the absolute prerequisite for maintaining our liberal economic system. Therefore, let me make very clear, German industry stands behind a permanent increase of the defense budgets to more than 2% of GDP to make sure that we can defend our country and the alliance. Ladies and gentlemen, pressure from within and without is testing our model of prosperity. And to be absolutely scrupulously honest, we also need to say it's not just autocracies and extremists and aggressors that pose a problem. It is also the huge momentum which exists in our partner, the US. They're pragmatic, they are fast, and we are looking at their leadership in the digital world, in artificial intelligence. This is only normal competition, but it is very, very tough competition. So what is it that we do? National isolation would not be a good idea to cope for the future. We need sustainable economic strength, which can only be achieved when you have strong business and a strong innovation, because without that we cannot defend ourselves, we cannot maintain our social systems, we cannot successfully transform the business, and in the wider sense, we cannot achieve social cohesion. One person was clapping. I'm happy for that too, don't worry. The pillar of our prosperity is a united Europe with the single market. But when we're looking at the numbers at the moment, Europe is losing market share in global terms, particularly vis-à-vis the US and China. The single market seems to be at a standstill. The European Union is suffering from overburdening bureaucracy and regulation. It has too little trust in the market economy, in the entrepreneurship, the ideas and the innovative power of our business people. And this is true also and in particular for decarbonization. Europe has strict climate targets with the idea of a comprehensive transformation, and these ideas are shared by German industry. But politics wanted to have certain technologies prioritized and expected certain regulation to happen there, instead of relying on the competence and practical experience of business. In the offices in both Brussels and Berlin, there is no deeper knowledge about the potentials and limits of physics and technology. You have much more knowledge of that in the research and development parts of businesses. And of course, in business, we also are close to what customers expect and what they want to see. So, putting it clearly, government is not the better entrepreneur. In the next few weeks in Brussels, they're going to prepare for the forthcoming years. And the German government needs to enforce and maintain a clear agenda for Europe. And any such agenda has to be a European growth plan, which focuses on the performance of industry and gives companies more freedom to act. Europe has to be better in many ways. We need to be less complicated, faster and more performance-oriented. So what does that mean, what we expect in concrete terms from Germany, so that Europe as a business location will regain competitiveness? First of all, we expect top priority to be given for a deepening of the single market. Only if internal barriers are broken down will new developments, innovation, technology be successful in this third largest economic area in the world. And also the Green Deal needs to be flanked by well-thought-out political measures. This will allow us to remain globally competitive and to play a role in the international arena in business. So let's work together so Germany and Europe will have a true industrial deal, a really effective pact for European business. And third, we need to make sure in Germany that we promote free entrepreneurship and not narrow this down by over-regulation and more bureaucracy. An enabling culture is needed to strengthen a climate of innovation in the whole of Europe. And the fourth to-do for Brussels would be to conclude pragmatic trade agreements. The idea of imposing our ideas of an ideal society to other countries and trying to put economic pressure on them is, best case, naive. never mind whether you're trying this in actual negotiations or indirectly on the shoulders of companies by making a due diligence supply chain act, which is imposing major difficulties on companies. Nor is it desirable to try and make everybody happy in Europe. We expect the German government to be clear about, for example, a trade agreement with Australia, how that can fail on 0.1% of the European beef market. As trade partners, as a trade partner, Europe is less and less able of getting others to cooperate with us. Yes, in 2023, Kenya and New Zealand concluded free trade agreements with us, but Mercosur is not finished. No FTA with Australia, New Zealand or India. And we know that only an open market will allow us to export top-notch products all over the world, thereby generating prosperity. Protectionism only causes losers. We mustn't turn our backs on the world. Instead, we need to turn towards it even more, out of a sense of conviction and also because it follows our own strategic economic interests. Sadly, the debate in recent weeks hasn't necessarily been evidence of the fact that everybody in Europe understands these necessities. Chancellor, we see that the German government is trying to push these subjects with us, with partners of an equal mind, because if we do that, then Europe can play the role that is commensurate with its economic power, and that will strengthen not just Germany but all of Europe. Europe needs Germany as a locomotive, and at the moment we are not a locomotive. Unlike the government, the IMF and Brussels, we expect 0.3% in real growth for Germany. For the next year we see a slight recovery of the economy, and we are pleased about that, but the long-term trend growth trend remains weak. We need to do something to strengthen long-term growth prospects, which means above all that investment into Germany, that has to be strengthened. In the year 2023, private sector investments amounted to 900 million euros, and public investment was only 108 billion euros. But public investment provide an essential framework. So far, the way we see it, the political debate lacked a very clear overall picture as to where and to what scale public investment is needed, overdue in many cases. Investment which comes out of political ideas and legal obligations as of necessity. We also lacked a critical status review about how to fund what was necessary. Experts from the BDI have looked at the data for that in recent weeks and collated them all. Investment in infrastructure such as transport routes, public buildings such as schools, to strengthen the economic transformation and resilience of our economy. Public investments at federal, regional and local level are lacking, as are methods of providing incentives for investment, which would also help an effective promotion of investment. Over the next 10 years, government investment amounting to 400 billion euros is planned, but the funding, how this is to be funded, hasn't yet been decided. So let me make this very clear. These demands of German industry aren't new. We're talking about taking stock of what was necessary. Anybody who uses our roads by car or on foot with open eyes will be aware of these needs. This sum I mentioned also includes additional defense spending, but the cost for demographic challenges, payments for social insurance is not included. Why not? Because these funds are not investment funds. These are simply payments which have to be paid for from the national budget. And if we don't finally deal with the backlog of investment, we will see that private sector investments are not going to grow either, not to the necessary extent, and that will not help us overcome the structural growth weakness of our countries. One of the root causes for this weakness is well known, and the German government has actually started to tackle some of these problems. However, it's not enough yet. Give you the example energy systems. Let me try and put it in a positive way. The idea for a power plant strategy has been presented, but how the capacity market for such a strategy should work is not clear. It's good if the EU Commission is going to approve that, but has anybody ever consulted the engineers yet? In order to have a gas turbine run with more than 30% hydrogen in the fuel mix, it's not enough to change a few components, just like you can change a truck to gas. You need a completely new power plant design, new turbines, new fuel supply. And all of that we can do here in Berlin. But the overall concept has not been done. For a really big power plant, we haven't implemented that once. The idea, by 2030, 10 gigawatt of that power has to be installed and ready. Well, I shall call it ambitious. A hydrogen system has been defined, but how the companies will work within the 200-kilometer reach between Erfurt and Nuremberg, for example, how are they to be supplied with green hydrogen? Nobody has made that clear yet. And for both green electrons and green molecules, it's not clear yet what price we will have to pay all in. Not just about the connection flange of the electrolyzer or the turbine or, 24/7. How do you do this? With the 400 billion euros investment, which I talked about, the cost for backup power plants, so the power plant strategy, and extended the grid for electricity, hydrogen and CO2 were not included. That still needs a political decision, but one way or the other, it has to be financed. Either through state investments or other ways. There's no such thing as a free lunch, after all. Another problem in Germany is the tax system. Yes, we are aware that our commercial taxes are not competitive in the global scene. That slowly this view is gaining ground, but doesn't mean that there are consequences for a structural reform. At the end, what we need is a competitive tax burden for companies of a maximum of 25%. And even that would be 4 percentage points more than the EU average is. Or another example, innovation systems. Yes, a future strategy with very important subjects has been formulated. Some are generic items. You can discuss whether the targets are really well set, but above all, this so-called future strategy so far hasn't got any right and groundbreaking consequences. For example, when we're looking at the administration, yes, there are some ideas that a law to accelerate planning approval, a bureaucracy relief act, but we're doing it in incremental steps and on a parochial way. To, for example, limit the duty to maintain documents on file, which has now been reduced from 10 years to 8 years. Well, proper bureaucracy reduction is more than that. And the most obvious thing when we're talking about consistent digitization, German administration at every level is far away from that. Another example, the immigration system. Yes, we need skilled labor. We have the Skilled Labor Immigration Act, which is one of the most modern in the world. However, in practical terms, it will only have a positive impact if everybody involved speaks with one voice. When we're talking embassy or consulate general in 25 countries due to foreigners' affairs. So basically, digitization shouldn't be a pious wish. It needs to be implemented now. Ladies and gentlemen, the elections to the European Parliament are behind us. Several more elections are ahead of us. Now I have to start with France, and then there are 3 elections in German federal states in September, in Germany, then on the United States on 5 November, and in the autumn 2025 federal elections. We're talking about cohesion in polarized worlds, because we are seeing the opposite of that. We see a growing polarization, not just at the global scale, but we see that in our own country. The inexorable transformation processes are instrumentalized by populists. They're benefiting from creating fear, and we need to provide a united answer from all Democrats. However difficult it is to find the right answer, we always need to understand between Democrats and the tirades of hatred proposed by the enemies of democracy, there is a huge difference. The same is true for the questions of funding the aforementioned public investments. For that, it needs a broad-based consensus in the democracy. Nobody could seriously deny that more growth and more tax revenue would provide us the best lever to create more room for additional investments. And I underline the word investments. It should be equally undeniable that we still have, let us put it like efficiency reserves in our administration, not just because of a lack of digitization. Every company that tries to find money would look into the administration side, because there is more that can be done. And finally, politics needs to face up to an unpleasant truth. In order to set priorities, that is a must. It's the same in every company. You have opportunities, you need to look at them in every company, in every country, everywhere. But nobody can avoid that. Parents can't avoid that. Businesses can't avoid it. Politicians, whether it's a budget committee in Parliament or a Minister of Finance. Taking into account all these factors, we need a broadly based compromise of all Democrats to provide funding exceeding 1 term in Parliament, because our economic plans in business need to last for longer as well. And if part of that funding means an additional borrowing rate becomes necessary and inevitable, then please don't see this as limiting the debt brake forever, but seeing it as a specific, clearly delineated, narrowly controlled borrowing. And if I understood this correctly, this is possible. But once more, we want growth, we want to use efficiency reserves and set priorities. Special asset funds are only right at the end of this list and not at the beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, for entrepreneurs, optimism is part of the DNA. If it isn't, they're in the wrong job. Entrepreneurs look up to challenges, face up to them, find solutions, innovative spirits. They're active as entrepreneurs with an entrepreneurial spinning. And in a free market economy with a free and liberal model where we live in our society, we are much more effective than if we lived in a state-controlled, directed economy where freedom is restricted. We, ladies and gentlemen, should trust ourselves to be able to withstand the competition of systems. German companies enjoy an excellent reputation all over the world, are successful all over the world in their business deals. What we want beyond that is to make sure that our own country is also and will remain a vital industrial site. The BDA stands for both successful German industry in the world and an industry which continues to be successful in Germany. We must manage to combine economic security and cohesion in polarized worlds. Realistically, the influence we have in the world is reduced, but we need to act decisively within our own country's borders. And unlike at the Euro 2024, we're not talking about reaching reaching a nice cup, however lovely that may be, but we have to set other priorities to safeguard the future of our country and of Europe. German industry is doing a lot in all seriousness, with full commitment and full steam ahead. And now we will hear the team song of Team Germany and the team leader's comment. Thank you very much, Chancellor. We're looking forward to what you have to tell us.
Mr. Rusvorm, Frau Gunnar, ladies and gentlemen, I clapped a lot, so I think you'll find I agreed with a lot of what you said. Cohesion in polarized worlds, I think it's a good thing, an important thing that you've chosen this motto for this year, for your conference, for our cohesion in Germany and in Europe. The fact that it is now challenged, that has been reflected in the results for the European elections. We've seen irregular migration, inflation, big crises, a lot of things that have unsettled citizens across the continent. So much so that we have to make sure they don't lose faith in the fact that we can get through this. The transformation is not an abstract threat to our economy. It's an opportunity to modernize our countries and to achieve growth. We need to react to those doubts that people have. We will do as well. And we, that means everyone who bears responsibility in our country, civil society, industry, our various organizations, our local councils. There's a lot at stake, and a lot of countries in Europe have seen alliances grow stronger who want to break with that. We want to break with the welfare state, with our European model, with our transatlantic links, with the principles of freedom and democracy. If we want to put a halt to that trend, then we have to do all we can to ensure that we can build and reinforce cohesion. That is the central task for our times, and that is my most important task as Chancellor of this country. And I firmly believe that we need close partnership between industry and the political sector in order to master this task together. Ladies and gentlemen, it would be wrong if we were to be in a competition now with the populists and the extremists and the business that they are running with people's worries about crises. Those of us who do bear responsibility for the country need to be objective, businesslike in our responses and show in specific ways how we are working with business on specific solutions, that we have the competence and the ability to move our country ahead. And we need to demonstrate that it's our model of freedom that offers the best economic responses to the challenges of our times. That doesn't. It would protect us from a zero-win mentality. Growth doesn't mean that we have to share out the same pie all the time. So, cohesion in polarized worlds, that functions on three different levels. They're all linked, of course, globally, European and German. Let me begin with the global perspective. The Russian war of aggression on Ukraine is demonstrating day by day where the deepest geopolitical disruption of the time is happening. There's the UN Charter of Human Rights, and there are those who try to force their will on other people. We're not going to accept that, as we made clear a few days ago at the G7 and at the Peace Conference in Switzerland a few days ago. And I'm grateful for that. You've just stressed this again, the fact that German industry has been supporting this course completely with full conviction ever since this crisis began. Thank you for that. But more than that, German companies are already playing a big role in support and the reconstruction and the reintegration or the integration of Ukraine. That was clear at the conference here in Berlin. There were agreements and pledges made for 16 billion euros. A lot of them came from German companies. And for that too, I would like to thank you quite explicitly here. Another field of global fragmentation is free trade. Everywhere we're seeing higher fences, more hurdles constructed, a lot of talk about shoring, offshoring. But that's not my politics as Chancellor. Of course, we have to protect our economies from unfair practices, ideally by consensus. And that's why it's a good thing that the Commission on the Chinese side is offering further talks on these issues. I certainly stressed that this was important to me, and we've had a lot of intensive talks about it. We've got a bit of time until the 4th of July, but it's clear that the Chinese side needs to show some clear movement as well. Ladies and gentlemen, free trade is one of the foundations of prosperity in Germany and in Europe. And so I will be putting my point very clearly to the new EU Commission of the need for this. You've talked about that necessity yourself. And I'm putting it a bit bluntly here, but we have not handed over responsibility for trade policy so that no more agreements are signed. We want to see more agreements. That was the point. And at the moment, to be honest, that's not what we're seeing. In the geopolitical situation we're currently in, this is not acceptable. I expect the next EU Commission and the other member states to agree to us all pulling our sleeves up and getting down to this. One, for example, could be an agreement which has been slowed down for many years by ratifications that we're going to have to work on. We need more pragmatism, and if we're going to have free trade agreements, they perhaps won't include absolutely everything that we want to see in them, but if we can conclude them quickly, then we will have made some progress. Which brings us back to Europe and the question of how we can strengthen cohesion in our continent. The short answer, if we want to keep Europe growing, then we have to be open. We need to be resilient. We need to be strong. But our companies need better funding opportunities. And if they're going to grow in Germany and in Europe and not lack capital and keep pace with the US in this respect, this is why I've been working strongly with the French president to make sure we get our capital markets union up and running. And I want to say that quite clearly here. I believe that this is one of the key hurdles to growth that we have in Europe. It's not just an abstract political slogan. We've investigated how many startups there are ready to grow into big companies, but who've moved to other places because they don't have the access to capital the way they want to. We need to make sure that all the money that we've got in Europe that is actually out there can be invested in the private sector for this growth in Europe. And the hurdles that are in the way need to be shifted during this legislative of the year EU Commission. At the same time, we're working in the spirit of the EU industry on building the single market wherever it's fragmented. You mentioned this. And this particularly applies to the defense industry and with future technologies such as space and AI. There's a lot of untapped potential there. So how do we want to tap into that? Just as we have done with the microelectronic or the battery sectors, we've looked at solutions there and we've pushed them forward. It's important, first of all, that this huge thicket of bureaucracy, red tape at European level needs to be thinned out. We need faster procedures from the EU and we need an ambitious plan for cutting back that red tape. In terms of trade reporting, we've already reduced the burden. We've got 150,000 companies already benefiting from that. At the same time, we've been advocating with the EU Commission that they ensure that not even more small and medium-sized companies are denied opportunities to take part in funding programs. This would be huge assistance to SMEs, and we're going to stick with that. And also the European Supply Chain Directive, we will draw on that for pro-entrepreneur legislation. Which brings me to my third point. How can we strengthen this cohesion in Germany? Here, again, let's start with the short version. We need to modernize our country in such a way that citizens can regain their confidence that there's probably going to be a positive end to this story for all of us, that there is energy in this country, innovation, inventiveness, and that these will continue to carry us into the future. Yes, I've said this already. We need economic growth to achieve that. And we need a well-performing state for its citizens and for its companies. You're right, Mr. Rusform, when in your latest position paper that you mentioned here, you say about Germany as a business location that too little has been invested in recent years, and that we need reform here. If you do too much sitting, and you stand up and start trying to run, it can start by hurting. I can tell you, because I started jogging quite late in life, and I've been through it. So your muscles ache, it's worse at the beginning, but you have to get through that to get fitter, and each time you go out there, you get faster, and we're working on that in Germany. And of course, when I visit companies all over the country, and when I talk regularly to the BDI and other associations, I hear about where the problems are. Lack of skilled labour, reliable, affordable energy system, too little investment, too much bureaucracy, and too little pace. These are the things we have to work on, and it's no chance that they're at the centre of the work I've set myself. But we can only make offers for getting Germany up and running again. Skilled labour, for example. We have the most modern legislation that this country has ever had in this field. You yourself said so. Since the beginning of this month, we have introduced the third module to get that working so that you can get hold of the talent that you need in your companies. And we're going to stick with that. Digitalization is something else that we have also tackled. You mentioned that too. At least we're planning for German consulates from the beginning of 2025 to all be digitized. And that would, of course, be tremendous progress if we really want to achieve that aim. We're also consulting now about a dynamization package to make broader offers of this kind in Germany, offering long-term, voluntary work opportunities for people, also to make it easy for parents to work. And we can do that partly through tax incentives. But you mentioned energy. When we talk soon to the EU Commission about a framework for our power station strategy, we'll have almost all the modules in place that we need for decarbonising electricity in Germany. The acceleration of renewables, the expansion of the grids, the power station strategy so that 24/7 we have enough energy available, our CO2 storage plan, and our agreement for the hydrogen framework, the core network that we want to build. These are all issues. With the hydrogen core network, we've taken the first step with a solution from the private sector. We didn't say the state has to set up this network. We made sure that the gas network operators will essentially be the agents of this process. We have just one agency, public agency, working with it, the Netzagentur, so that all this can be dovetailed properly and we don't find that somebody's suddenly been switched off because someone else wanted a hydrogen pipeline. And then, of course, we can go the next stage, planned for next year, which means looking at the distribution network for hydrogen so that everyone knows they'll get their access. All of this has to be done centrally, and once we've done it, we'll have the planning security that we need. And then step by step, we can talk about knowing which way we're going, and we can all rely on this enough to invest long-term in our country. Which leaves the question of energy prices. There too, we've spoken to the BDI and the other major employers and industrial associations, and I'm well aware that the transformation, given the very different prices around the world, remains a challenge for German companies. Compared with the crisis years, of course, we've seen a considerable improvement, and the markets expect to see further improvement. That has something to do with the fact that we've been offering more across the spectrum with our energy terminals, getting rid of the renewable energy levy, the lower prices of energy for productive or manufacturing companies. We've, in many ways, been reducing the cost for companies by billions, and of course, those costs have to be borne by the taxpayers overall. But we're talking about the final steps there at the moment. We need to be sure that there is planning security. We need to make sure that if we're offering relief for a few years, we have to ask ourselves what will happen after that relief is no longer granted. At the same time, of course, we're talking about network fees, grid fees for the future. We need to expand the grids. That has to happen efficiently to meet the needs that are there, and we need to reduce costs. And the faster expansion of these grids will mean that a lot of costs do fall, such as the redispatch costs. In a year, we've reduce this by 3 billion, and with every line that is completed, the costs will fall, and that will benefit everyone. So, investment. I looked at the latest BDI paper, as I said. I've already mentioned it. And I think that's met with a great response. And I would completely agree with your analysis. We need plenty of investment because, as you've said, for too long, our infrastructure has been left to decay. And now we're paying twice or three times the price in worn-out buildings, bridges, and so forth. So we have to invest plenty in infrastructure modernization and in resilience. We're doing that this year with over 100 billion euros investment in the future, and this is much more than before the pandemic was the case. Now, I can't preempt our budgetary discussions for next year, but certainly next year, major priority will be attached to those investments in this country. And of course, we want to encourage private investment. I could imagine that on depreciation and support for research, we could improve a little bit on what we've already achieved with the Growth Act. But of course, we need the agreement of quite a few parties for this. And I mean parties in the broader sense. And that brings me to the last point, which is pace. Time is so important. In recent years, that has not been the case, whether we talk about building railways or roads or fiberglass, everywhere the same pattern, everywhere the same answers. It's incredibly complicated. It takes time. Ladies and gentlemen, this government took office in order to overcome that attitude. A few examples, and they are quite deliberately examples of things that we've got going in order to motivate you for driving us further forward. We had the Federal Emission Protection Act. Anyone who had to deal with that knows that it kept the promise that you heard in the name. By 2030, we will have another 20,000 planning permissions of this kind for storage, for renewable energy, for electrolysis, which we need for hydrogen. At the pace we've been going in the past, there's no way our public agencies are going to get that done. They're already at the limit of their capacity. So we've just decided on the biggest reform in this field so that we can finally make things simpler. In future, in most cases, you can start building while the planning permission process is still underway, under certain conditions. To make sure it works with the liquid gas terminals we've proven, or when they built the Tesla factory in Brandenburg, they were all done on that basis. So we're able to ensure a future for these locations on the basis of forecasts. It's hard to say, but this preliminary examination in the past sometimes took as long as the actual procedure itself. 10 months at the very fastest. But now, this has to happen within 4 weeks on the date when it suits the applicant. Documents can be submitted ex post without holding up the process. And to help the public agencies get their work done, things don't have to be prolonged again and again. It can only happen once and for a maximum of 3 months. And for permissions not to fall between the wheels of, conservation areas, nature conservation, potential road building, and all the other interests that are contesting the plan, they don't all have to be heard in the same way. Project managers will be appointed who are responsible for the process from start to finish and work to make sure that all the permits are achieved. And all these procedures will be completely digitized. Now, that's a lot of detail, but anyone who's been through a planning procedure of this kind knows what it means. It costs a lot of nervous energy. There are so many reports and files and folders, and it doesn't all have to be reviewed again. Now, let's come on to transport. This is where we've had the most catching up to do, as we've heard from our experts, is rail and road and bridges. And this is, of course, in the public interest. That means that if we're going to upgrade the rail and the road and the motorways and replace those disintegrating bridges, they will have priority, which means less review time, fewer folders, fewer dossiers, time saving. The list of 180 accelerated motorway procedures is it's just amazing. If you look, we've got the big junction at Mannheim and others, and I'm sure everyone has stood in queues at these important nodes. We're starting with the permits, and we want more reliability right across the network too. That's why we've agreed with the mediation committee that there will be all-round modernization and upgrade and digitization in this sector. Of course, we have our federal states are also involved. We have our Germany pact that we agreed on with them. So if a bridge needs to be replaced, in the old days you needed a whole, what we called in German, Planfeststellungsverfahren. Now you don't. That required all kinds of public consultation, plans had to be published, and so forth. Now Lower Saxony has simply abolished it. At least if the new bridge isn't going to be considerably bigger or take a different route. So in Lower Saxony, they're already working on 30 bridges where they're not bothering with this very formalized procedure at all. Third example, expanding the grids. Nobody could explain to me why complex federal planning makes it necessary to have alternative impact assessments and so forth simply because a pipe is going to be laid somewhere where there is already one. So this took generations, and we said, no, let's get rid of this superfluous extra planning. If we can cluster things, we can save 2.5 years, for example. Even the projects that are already underway will finish faster as a result. For example, from North Rhine-Westphalia to Baden-Württemberg, it's now going to be ready in 2026, not 2027. When has that ever happened in recent decades in Germany that such a big project has not going to be finished not only not on time, but years later? No, we're finishing it earlier. More than a third of these power lines have already been approved in principle. And this is only the beginning. So we promised to simplify things. We're also going to get faster. And the Netzagentur, the network agency, expects that by 29, the year 2029, most of the permits we need for our plan will be in place. 2 years ago, hardly anyone would have believed we would have achieved what we have in solar energy. We've already got 88 gigawatts. We achieved that target in May. We wanted to achieve it this year, but we're ahead of plan because the funding was more active, because we made sure that some admin costs were abolished. A lot of companies are benefiting from that. The same applies to wind energy. And for years, wind turbines have been the political enemy for many. Our projects were far too complicated. They took far too many years. We've abridged all those procedures to make sure that everything happens faster now, which means that things are being built 2 years faster than they used to be. So in that spirit, I think that we have gained pace and that we can maintain that pace in the next years. I certainly believe that we should have a situation now where this expansion of our grids can finally move ahead. I'm not going to go into any more details with you, but I had to tell you some of this, because what I'm trying to say is that we have to apply this same precision to planning law right across Germany, right across the sectors, to make sure that things happen faster. Let me wind up. From my point of view, huge things are necessary in our countries. We have to make sure that we keep up the pace, that we have less red tape, that we get the private investment that we want and that we need. And we have to make sure as well that people regain their confidence in the future. We can do that, and we can do it quickly if people can see that things are happening. And that doesn't just apply to private citizens. Of course it applies to companies too, because you need to know that if you're going to invest your money, that this investment is going to pay off over the relevant period. You need to know that there will always be enough affordable energy. That you need to know that the framework is dependable. And if we do that, if we have got through those years where we just put things off and put things off, if we start tapping into this potential in our country, we have an excellent future ahead, including in polarized times. We can be strong in Germany, in Europe, and live in peace with the other countries in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor Mr. Russwurm. please join us for a moment. We don't have that much time, but we will try very, 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 very quickly. So first of all, Mr. Russwurm, is this a time of a new agreement? I mean, there are lots and lots of concrete things which were mentioned. If you put the two speeches on top of each other, they seem to overlap in some ways. Is that what you demanded? Well, it's rare, Chancellor, that I heard the word speed or acceleration as often as this time, and I like that phrase very much. We all do. That means we can, of course, see better than we can hear, but we would like to do our best that we can pick up that needed speed. But of course, I can't spare you entirely. If you remember November 1989, somebody was once asked, from when is this valid, this meaning the right of East Germans to cross the border? And the answer was, well, I don't know, from right now. How is it with you and the speed? From right now. So... but I haven't mixed up what I was reading. I did intend to say from right now. Just one quick question. So that all these things can happen, a lot of certainty is needed, and we discussed it. Next week is going to be difficult. Will you agree in the government on a budget? Yes. We plan to decide on the budget in July. And all I can say about these negotiations, which are confidential for good reason, and that means we don't blab about it, but all I know from the discussions underway, it does indeed look like a completion. So next week, EU tariffs are an issue. Do you think Mr. Habeck did the right thing by opening communications with China about it? I'm very much in favour of him going into detail about that. I had already agreed with the relevant EU commissioner that we would talk about this, which is also why the EU Commission sent a letter to our partners in China simultaneously saying they are willing to negotiate. And I think where the first media comments didn't mention that, but it was written like this, and I put a lot of weight behind making sure that this would happen. I think it's very important that the European Union will use its opportunities until the end of the month, but also Germany and China to come to an agreement. I mean, it's not a negligible issue for us. Germany is a high-performance exporting country. We're selling more than 600,000 vehicles, 134,000 to Germany. So not as many as in the past, but still a lot. Well, all I'm trying to say is there's quite some scale of exports involved, and our industry trusts itself to be competitive internationally. That's the difference between the German system and some other systems where protectionist measures are welcomed. Our companies get direct investment from all over the world. If you travel the world as a chancellor, you can visit factories which were set up 4, 6, 20, 30 months ago, all of which underlines the strength of German business in the international scene. But we also see that we are exporting everywhere, and we are trusting ourselves to withstand international competition because we've got top-class products, because that is the industrial foundation of our country. It's also due to the fact that we are spending more money for research and development than any other of the national economies in Europe. One last question about that, simply because we position ourselves very clearly. Now we're talking about industrial deal with tariffs. Germany didn't manage to make its voice count. Will we manage to push German interests through for the tariffs? Well, we're talking, I would say, for European interests. The German national economy is completely interlinked with the European and international scene. I think we would be thinking too much in small terms if we say there is a substantial difference between Germany and Europe, and our companies are active all over Europe, and they've invested there. And we advertise for using the opportunities of globalization. I think companies, even small and medium-sized enterprises, wouldn't have enough of an arena to work in if they only worked in the confines of Germany or even Europe. And we need the international scenes. You can rely I will do that. I do rely on that. Thank you very much, Chancellor. Thank you, Mr. Russwurm. We will now continue in our program, and I think we are having a family photo of the two gentlemen, then we'll continue. I think there's quite a lot to discuss. The Chancellor's made quite a few concrete proposals. Here you are. How did you take that speech? Well, was it surprising, really? Were you surprised? Yes, I was. I mean, this thing about the consulates and digitization, I think that was a concrete announcement, although I have to say that the statement, we hope, we hope that we will manage, is not as concrete as it could be, but at least it is relatively concrete. I thought it was quite interesting what was said about China, particularly with a view that this is a super election year. The US presidential elections were mentioned, for example. The question is how German and European companies will position themselves, will have to position themselves, particularly between the US and China. This is one of the questions which is quite important in case Donald Trump will regain the White House. And the previous EU Commission, President of the Commission, Barroso, once said there may be a time when Europe will have to decide. And we don't like making decisions. I think that was already a strong statement. What I always like is when you ask companies in Germany why they invest in the US, why the IRA is so interesting for you, then of course, I mean, this is all about, tax relief and simplification and so on, but it's also about the greater flexibility which is offered in the US. I mean, obviously the money issue is an incentive, but the system itself is more promising than the German one. And it is simpler. This is something which many companies tell us. It's simpler also to use what is on offer, whereas at this side of the Atlantic there are so many forms to fill in and you can't just tick a few boxes, but maybe we'll be discussing that in the course of the day. Oh, we definitely will. So I hope you will enjoy the next panel. You will have very interesting entrepreneurs with you, and I'm sure we will hear interesting things. Thank you. Thank you also for the people who rearranged the stage. We're now talking about Power in Europe and change the language.
Ich darf hier auf die Bühne bitten zu mir Bill Anderson, Dominique Kuratz, Volker Krug, Anders Oppedal und Dominique Leroy. Very warm welcome to all of you. Very happy that you're here. Bill Anderson, the CEO of Bayer, Dominique Kuratz, the Managing Director of Dassault Systèmes, known for the 3D experience platform, which is used, for example, in the automotive industry. Really interesting. We have Volker Krug, the CEO of Deloitte Germany. Deloitte is known for the worldwide competencies in audit consulting, financial advisory, risk advisory, tax and legal services. We have Anders Oppedal, the CEO of Equinor, the Norwegian oil and gas company, Europe's largest natural gas supplier. And Dominique Leroy, member of the board of Deutsche Telekom, Europe's largest telecommunications operator. Good to see you all here. Volker, I would like to start with you, Volker Krug. And I would like to remember a quote of the former Vice Chancellor, Sigmar Gabriel, who some time ago warned that the danger persists that Europe might turn into Venice. Lovely to visit, but the best economic times behind. And by now, some economists are also warning, beware that at least Germany doesn't turn into a museum, an economic museum. What is your perception of the state of the competitiveness and the economy of Europe in comparison?
We are not in a bad shape, to be honest. Start with something positive. And we heard a lot about what's going on at the moment in terms of regulation, simplifying regulations. Let me take the example, for example, the Green Deal. I think we all can subscribe to the goals. However, it ended up in huge regulation. And I think what we need is more freedom for, deciding on the pathways, the speed, the innovation needed for this. And you ask about the competitiveness. We need also to acknowledge that on green technology, we are in a fierce competition, with China, with the US. So more innovation, more freedom, more space for innovation, I think is needed, but we should not say that we are in a bad shape.
I think because you just mentioned China and the green transition, an interesting question is also, how much do we actually need China in Europe, or the competencies of China for the green transition? Maybe someone can touch on that a little bit later during the panel. But Bill Anderson, you are responsible for a company that operates worldwide. How polarized do you perceive the world already, the economic system already, and where might it be heading by the end of the year when we know much more after the super election year that we're stuck in?
Yeah, it's easy to read about the polarization and to dwell on it, but the truth is that there's still a lot more collaboration and partnership happening than not happening. You know, and I see in the audience in the front row here a number of leaders of multinational companies where every day we're doing a huge amount of cross-border everything. Manufacturing, trade, innovation, data transfer. So, and I'm not experiencing that actually shrinking at the moment. There's lots of warning signs, and we ought to fight to keep it open. But you know, to answer your question simply, I don't see it getting tighter by the end of the year. What we need to do is fight to continue to open things up.
I have to pass you another question because you say you don't see it getting tighter, not even if Trump moves back into the White House?
No, there's specific things that could happen in America, with China. These are specific things. But the main thing that's happening, and I was in China with a number of folks in the room a month ago, and we saw it. You know, there's European companies in partnership with Chinese companies, in partnership with American companies producing really cool technology, new things that hadn't been dreamed of a decade ago on scale. So again, I'm not saying there's nothing to be down about or to worry about, but I don't think it's all gloom and doom. I think and there's things we got to do. So maybe, can I just say, I think the open markets thing is a big deal, and we got to keep fighting for that, because we start shutting the markets, the lights are going to go out in a lot of places. Yeah, we need also in Europe in particular, we need to dispel the idea that innovation comes somewhere other than mostly from industry. You know, it's sometimes it's almost like, ooh, I'm in industry. You know, we need to get rid of that. It's like, hey, we're working to solve humanity's greatest problems, whether it's food supply, whether it's global warming. The companies of Europe and America and China are at the front lines of solving this. And so we need a really positive dynamic on this. And yeah, so I'm not going to add to the bad news on that.
Dominique Leroy, we also just heard a little bit about being open-minded when it comes to technology, and there is criticism with regard to the past 5 years, considering how the EU Commission acted. Are you hopeful that the next 5 years will be better when it comes to tech open-mindedness in Europe?
You know, I think there are some elements that we have seen recently, like the white paper, things like that, that are going in the right direction. But if you look at the digital ecosystem today, I'm not so sure that I, share fully the mind of my colleagues. I think, there is so much more we can do. I mean, Europe laws have been created when Europe was, competing, the countries were competing with each other, and we were far from a global economy where we need strong companies in Europe being able to compete with the US and with China. So, probably one of the key things that I would like to put forward is that we definitely need a reform of the EU merger regulation. Today, we are not allowed to bring a lot of companies together, particularly true in the telecom business, where we have more than 100 operators in Europe, where you have only a handful in US and China. So in that sense, with the idea to foster competition, the idea to have lower price for customers, but I'm not sure that we reach that goal by not allowing companies to have a bigger scale. You need scale to invest. You need scale to develop platform. You need scales to invest in R&D. And so if we are not, even with the white paper and all those good ideas that are currently on the table, if we are not able to really have a profound reform of this EU merger regulation, I don't think we will be able in Europe to really get to big champions that are able to compete in a more and more globalized world. And I think we need that definitely.
You are, Dominique Coratz, you're nodding your head. What would you like to see happening with regards to the European single market when it comes to innovation and really pushing important innovation forward?
That's a really good question to ask. I think there's a couple of answers to that. The first one is that we need to acknowledge, whether we look in the manufacturing sector, the life science and healthcare sector, or indeed the infrastructure sector, we will always have high levels of competency and unique expertise in certain countries around Europe. But when you look at solving the challenges, for example, of life science and healthcare, the future generations beyond the people mostly in this room will not be able to have the privilege of the healthcare systems that we've had in our lifetime. So they fundamentally need to be rethought with digitalization at the heart. And countries are not going to be able to solve that topic alone. It needs to come together at a European level, I would argue.
For all this innovation to happen and for the European economy to be resilient, we need energy, and we need a reliable supply of energy, and we need to be able to have affordable energy. How much is this still at stake at the moment, also due to geopolitical developments?
You're asking me? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, first of all, thank you for inviting me to this here in Germany. I'm from a Norwegian company providing energy to Germany, but also decarbonization. And I think at the moment we have a lot of progress, both into to renewables, but also to decarbonization. But there are elements that are stopping us from having the progress we actually want. And just to be very concrete in this panel, for instance, hydrogen. Everyone wants hydrogen into the system to decarbonize, hard to abate in industry. But the EU spent a lot of time regulating the future hydrogen market, meaning that instead of using the engineers and commercial people now to innovate how to reduce the cost of the hydrogen, we are spending most of the time following the regulations. So it's a little bit at stake. At the same time, we see the progress that was also mentioned in the introductory remarks earlier today.
Because you were just mentioning the supply of hydrogen, of course Europe will be dependent on other countries selling their hydrogen to us, or their green hydrogen. Are we going to stand in the front row when it comes to others delivering their hydrogen to us? Or is this going to be a difficult competition as well in the long run?
When I travel abroad, many people look at Germany as the success, how you've been able to turn energy into manufacturing, chemical industry, etc., and been quite successful. Now, having the possibility to produce green hydrogen, they're asking the question, should they really send the green hydrogen to Germany, or should they build the manufacturing capabilities themselves? That was a conversation I had with President Lula in Brazil, and so on. So I think the diversification of the energy system will be extremely important to Europe, not only source, but also technology, and be very technology agnostic of the new energy system and what you would like to have into the system, and make it homegrown as much as possible, and work with countries like Norway, which are very close to Germany, and is a long-term reliable source of energy, both the energy you need now while transitioning, but also the energy you will need in the future, like hydrogen and CCS services.
I think this is a really important issue you just touched on. It brings me to the question, who's waiting for Europe right now in the world? How is our role perceived in our importance?
I think everyone looks at Europe when it comes to really setting the ambitious climate targets and for the energy transition. But I'm not sure they're looking to Europe for finding the go from ambitions to actions. It seems like the Europeans have, now the Americans have kind of found a little bit more actionable way of doing it. I'm very open now, but I think, again, we are operating in both markets. We see Germany, we see Europe as a very attractive market for energy. You will need energy, and with the close cooperation we have had for decades, we will continue with that. But I think what was mentioned by Chancellor Scholz really makes sure that we implement those actions and with speed.
Yeah, Bill Anderson is nodding his head. Would you like to comment?
Yeah, I think, look, on the innovation front, I was very optimistic about international collaboration and cooperation. Innovation in Europe, this is a tough topic, okay? And, you know, we see increasing and important areas sort of slipping away from Europe as opportunity areas. Two that I'm very familiar with because I've worked in. One is the whole realm of healthcare data, and another is the realm of biotechnology in agriculture. And these are two topics that Europe has basically pretty much rejected advances based on fear and ideology. And it's time for the people in this room, leaders, educated people, to stop with the ideology and fear on innovation. And, okay, and so for example, crop biotechnology, we're 30 years in, and all the scary things that were supposed to happen, none of them have happened. Healthcare data. The US has been full-blown on healthcare data for 16 years since Obamacare, okay? And all the bad things that are going to happen with healthcare data being misused and abused and harming, none of that's happened. And meanwhile, we're still with paper records, and we're not, and by the way, it's not just the bad things that haven't happened, it's all the good things that have happened. And so now I see it with AI. You know, thinking that we can regulate our way into an AI future, it's craziness. And so that's got to change.
Yeah, especially when we hear other continents and regions coming out and saying, well, we're going to be much more relaxed about AI regulation, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I would just like to go back to the point on innovation, and there's 3 points that I want to raise. Innovation needs science, technology, manufacturing, and engineering. We're critically short of that within Europe, and we all need to do more to encourage the workforce of the future to follow us. Otherwise, there will be no innovation to speak about. And the second point is, I speak to too many breakthrough innovators who have the magical idea and then go to the US to industrialize it. So when we have the critical skills in the workplace, we need to make sure that it stays within Europe.
Let me just quickly ask you, is this just because of finance, something the Chancellor just touched on, or are there various reasons for this?
Of course, it's not just because of finance. There's no easy point there, but maybe it's linked to the final point that I was going to make, and we've mentioned about speed and tempo. I would say pragmatic speed is most important than everything. And for the simple reason, 80% of something is better than 100% of nothing. And we need to take... alongside the finance issues and the legislative issues that every business struggles with within Europe, it's also about the mindset. And we're speaking about digital transformation, but transformation means taking the unknown, morphing into something that hasn't been done before. It's not easy, but unless you've got the mindset to do it and ask the big questions and not be afraid of failure along the way, which we're too afraid of failure in Europe, we're never going to get the pragmatic speed that we need.
Volker Koch, how do you perceive Europe to be positioned in the future leading markets? How do you perceive Europe to be positioned in the future leading markets?
You know, I wanted to pick on the two aspects you just mentioned. Is first, nobody's waiting for Europe. So that's for sure, you know, nobody's waiting for us. On the other hand, this excitement about innovation. Currently, in Europe, we are still investing a lot in, let's say, mid-tech, you know, sectors, not so much in high-tech and the issues. So there, we also need a little bit of a switch in this area to further invest. And because nobody is waiting for us, innovation, new services, new products, that's the only solution. And we are in this green and the digital transformation, and on both sides, we really need to huddle up to, to be in the position to be a leading market. And the other one, it comes back to Europe. For this innovation, you need a market at scale. At minimum, you have to serve the European market and do it on the European level, rather better to do it on the global level. So with these aspects in mind, I think I still believe we have good, solid foundation to get our act together and drive innovation and be prosperous in the future.
Dominique Leroy, how do we future-proof future technology from Europe, especially if we consider that it is going to be in competition with different economic systems and different industrial policies?
Yeah, I think a lot have been saying we need scale, and scale beyond Europe, but at least within Europe, I fully agree with that. We need talent. Very often we have talent. We need funding, which is already a problem. And I also think we need deregulation. We said it's so complicated to innovate. There are great ideas in Europe, but we are not able to implement them, because every time you want to implement something, there is so many ex-ante regulation into the European system that it prevents innovation, it prevents creativity, it prevents moving forward. I'm on the board of T-Mobile US, so I see a lot, the other side of the Atlantic case. There, you don't have any ex-ante regulation, but you have an extremely efficient ex-post regulation, a very efficient legal system to make sure that if something happens, you have general competition law that are extremely powerful, extremely fast, and prevent any abuse. In Europe, we don't have that. We have a very, complex and very slow general legislation on competition system, but we have a lot of ex-ante rules, and this is very much what prevents talent and industry to innovate. So my plea is very much deregulation, less bureaucracy, and much more opportunity for our talent to innovate and to go into R&D and creativity, also definitely in the digital sector.
Anders Opedal. What do you think the role of the state will be in future, or might have to be in future, for Europe to remain competitive with regards to the other systems we're competing with? Protectionism increasing, perhaps, and all these things?
Yeah, now this is really a good question, because we are all in favor of the free market and the role of business. At the same time, if we look at the energy transition, it's kind of unprecedented challenge for us, because basically we are moving from a world where we over time constantly move to cheaper and cheaper energy, while now when we are transitioning, we are for a while transitioning into some energy that will be more expensive, that will need some support. Then it's so important that the collaboration between industries and state finds maybe a new role. And it's not only about subsidies, but there's also a lot about deregulation. It's about letting the innovation free. It's about ensuring that some energies are having support in the beginning to ensure that energy reach a critical milestone, and you have the scale effects and so on. So I think we are in unprecedented times in terms of energy transition. It will require unprecedented collaboration, both internationally, but also between the state and the industries.
Now, I gave you all some time to think about a question that I think is important. The question, how important will Chinese innovation and Chinese technology be for the future competitiveness of Europe when it comes to future technologies? Who would like to comment?
I'm happy to go there. I really wish we would stop speaking about China's speed and start speaking about German power. Because when I look at what's happening in the automotive industry right now, that everybody likes to be a bit of a naysayer. The OEMs who have tremendously powerful digital transformation programs right now, it's not a question of when the industry reclaims its crown, if you like. It's just a question of when, and it's going to happen very quickly. So coming back to previous points, let's talk up our potential capacity and capability in Europe much more than we do today.
We have about 3.5 minutes left for this talk, and I would like to close with a question for all of you. Maybe you would like to begin. How do you define your Europe for the future? What is important? And where do you see your responsibility as a leader?
Yeah, I think we have to capitalize on our great strengths, and certainly the educated populace and just the skill of our industrial base and our people is, I think, quite remarkable. Right now, it's trapped in a bureaucratic system. And by the way, that's one of our making. I'm not talking about government. I'm talking about companies. You know, we have 11 layers. And by the way, if some idea manages to survive the 11 layers of management hierarchy, then it gets to go to the labor hierarchy, all right, for a second review. And that's something unique in Germany. And so what we're doing with our worker representatives, they're amazing people. We're saying, hey, we got to stop this madness. We've got to allow people to innovate on the front lines every day, not this bureaucratic thing that happens slow or never. And so that's probably my main focus.
Yeah, so, very much building on what Bill Anderson said, I think, we have great talent in Europe. We need to foster talent. I think within Deutsche Telekom, we invest a lot in our talent, in skilling. I think what we try to do as well is really to build gigabit network, because in the end, the whole world goes digital. So you need gigabit network to be able to help companies to strive in the digital world. So that's very concretely what we are doing. And I think what we are also trying to do is to really foster an environment where you say same service, same rules, so that Europe has also the chance to develop big digital platform, and that we are not only dependent on US ones. So that would be the three things: talent, digital platform, and bringing the gigabit network to all over the countries where we are in Europe.
Yeah, attracting the talent is an interesting one. I hope we touch on that a bit more during these 2 days, especially after the outcome of the European elections.
I would like to see a Europe, including policymakers, business, and the whole society, that we are in a real global competition. And we have a competition going on at the moment in Germany. And back to our panel, we are world champions already in regulation. So maybe we should also strive for a world champion in innovation.
Yeah, I think that deserves a round of applause.
Yeah, we are investing $13 billion every year, and most of it is actually invested into Europe. So we are betting that Europe will succeed also going forward, both with the use of energy and also decarbonization. And what we have seen in Europe, and particularly Germany, over the last few years, about how you have solved the energy crisis, how you've been moving forward your policies, gives me hope that Europe also will be in a good place when it comes to decarbonized energy and competitive, affordable energy also in the future.
My two comments would be ambition and skills. That's already been touched on. Ambition for Europe in my sector, the tech software industry, we can be big in Europe. Dassault Systèmes, my company, 50 billion market cap, 25,000 people. We can be big in tech. Let's have an ambition to be the software-defined industry of the world. And the second one is, of course, skills. We cannot have too much STEM skills, and we all need to do more of that to make this the intellectual and innovation capital of anywhere in the world.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you. Thank you for the first panel discussion on this year's Day of the Industry, sorry. And thank you for all these interesting remarks. Good luck to all of you. And let's keep up the hope. And okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I am very happy to pass the stage on to Ina. Good luck, Ina.
Danke, Isabel.
Thank you, Isabel. Isabel just asked a very important question. Who waits for Europe? And I would like to extend that and say, who's waiting for Germany? Because when we're talking about growth weakness, stagnation, probably stagnation this year at least, then one has to say that it's not the same picture in all other European countries. Some have gone back to pre-COVID levels, which means that the gap between these others and Germany is widening, which means we need to act. And What we can do will be explained by the Minister of Economic Affairs, Robert Harping. Welcome. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Russwurm, Ms. Binner and Mr. Niedermark. Even after a few hours of sleep, one can look quite fresh. Nice to see you again. We met this morning at 2:30 when we parted ways at the airport. I can be short. Who is waiting for Germany in Europe? Is one sentence. Everybody is waiting for Germany. Germany still has a leadership role in Germany, and everybody is waiting for Germany to actually exercising that role. Leadership role in Germany, you can see that when you're looking at the history of Germany in Europe, German economic policy. This does not mean that the European Commission or other member countries are, being talked down to, shouted at what they can do. No, the majority organize, starting up from the second row, like in football, to have not the striker, but to strike from the midfield, and that's what we wanted to do. That's a German competence, and we don't say, listen to us, we are the only ones who know what's to be done. Let's do it German way. That will be wrong. But if we go back, if we don't shout, if we don't do anything, then Europe will not march forward. Europe without Germany doesn't work, and only with Germany can Europe have a united phalanx. And when I'm looking into the Duden, which is the German encyclopedia, when I was young and wild, the then Chancellor Helmut Kohl and I may have had very few things in common. Now that I'm a minister and delve into German history, I see how smart he was at the time when he acted in just the way I described. And the European unification, the introduction of euro currency, none of this would have happened if Germany had managed to lead from the second row. And I think that is what was meant by a great European. They understood that this means to serve the European good without standing in a glorious first position. And that's what we also need to do today. I noticed that, and I don't want to tell you tall stories, but maybe coming from China, I've got very fresh impressions. So I would like to describe a few things which is my attempt to elucidate the question I talked about. Where do we stand in global competition, and what has it got to do with Germany and Europe, and what is next on the agenda? I noticed that very clearly when I was in China, because first I talked to the ambassadors of the European Union before meeting with the Chinese partners. And what I've just said is exactly what I was told in the discussions. They said, we want you, Germany, to be a strong industry in Europe. We want you to have a strong automotive sector, because without a strong automotive sector in Germany, Europe won't have a strong economy. But of course, we also want you to act as Europeans, so that we are not divided. And I think we are clear enough to understand that if Europe shows a weakness, then everybody else is happy. And attempts to divide Europe, split up Europe in old and new, good and bad, these are efforts which aren't just widespread to the east of us, they also exist in the United States. They're well aware how they can divide us. As far as I'm concerned, this should not happen, because more is at stake than tariffs for motor vehicles. We are ultimately talking about a world where the order system, the value system by which it lives, is being renegotiated and aligned. And looking at the relationship Europe-China, Germany-Europe, this is important to discuss in concrete terms. And if you like, this is like a prism for what is at stake worldwide, what is really the big issue in the most fundamental sense of politics. I've seen that. That's the first story I'm going to tell you about. The last one will be at the end. So once I come to the second story, you know that I've come to the end of my speech. Only of my speech, I might add. I visited a production site of car maker BMW in Zhengzhou, where the E7 and the Mini were basically next to each other. One produces in China, the BMW E5, produced for the Chinese market with some special gadgets only for the Chinese market. The other one, the E7, is produced in Germany for the Chinese market. A showpiece of quality. The others are great too, but a sort of top-notch quality car produced for the Chinese market in Germany, and the Mini produced in China for the European or the German market. So what I saw in this depiction, just how interlinked this situation was, it showed the complexity of the relationship and the interdependencies between Germany, Europe, China, all presented as if on the stage. And this complexity touches all levels, geopolitical, the whole dispute which is waged between countries, including the threat emanating from war. I visited to South Korea, Putin went to North Korea, then the whole issue of Taiwan. All of that has to do with it. And we are also thinking of Ukraine and the people supporting one or the other side in that conflict. So geopolitics, geoeconomics, these are all power areas where advantages are to be safeguarded or ensured through all sorts of means, in economic means as well. So property, process control, all of these are tools to try and influence what happens in other countries. People use all the options available. That may always have been the case, but it's tougher. Maybe that's a development which has happened over the last years, decades. Global warming with temperatures in India of exceeding 50 degrees centigrade. And it was a great panel a moment ago because it shows that this also gives rise to new opportunities, new innovations, new ways of digitization, development of AI, new market rules. All of these opportunities exist everywhere. It is all linked to demography and also digitization. This is sort of bundled together. But we also see that the dependency vis-à-vis China is not a one-sided thing. It is a mutual dependency. China also has a dependency vis-à-vis the European Union, if one is honest. So this whole question about these tariffs, which was at stake, would that lead to a tariff war, quote unquote? Then everybody would end up the loser, not just us. Economically speaking, the Chinese economy would also suffer, and globally seen, it will be the end of globalization. Globalization, as we know it, everybody will be a loser. And I'm well aware that globalization casts a long shadow. And obviously, opening up markets and shifting production to certain regions causes fear of status losses. People need to learn, relearn, retrain skill, and then there are tensions. And that also means that people are susceptible to populism and to extremist policies. And absolutely right, there is a connection between successful globalization on the one hand and pressure exerted on democracies, democratic governments. That is undeniable when you're looking into the history of the regions. But the promise of globalization still remains, namely that joint markets mean more affordable production, meaning more people can share in these affordable goods, thereby creating more prosperity, offering more education opportunities. With more prosperity, the health situation is improving, people will live longer, be happier, and at the end, this also provides the basis for democracy and free systems. This is the promise of globalization. So if we were to see the world collapse into different tariff and rules and regulations, never mind who will have the edge, things will be less good and few people would benefit. Less prosperity will be generated. Few people would have access to energy, clean energy, water, education, healthcare, and so on. In the end, everybody would lose. And this is why it's such a tragedy, what is happening right now, that without any brake put on it, we see structural developments happening in such a way that it's not solving the problems of globalization, but creating new problems so that it's a downward spiral that we are in. However concrete the question of these tariffs are, we also see that it's really important to get something sensible off the ground instead of joining this sort of spiral of, I don't want you to have, I don't want you to have, so then everybody will lose. And this is the question we need to look at. In order to solve these issues, it makes sense to understand how the other side thinks. And I think the truth is, the Chinese side believe, they don't say it, but they believe that the European Union, the West, has a sort of extension of an imperial attitude, and that the West does not want successful Chinese goods in our markets. They believe we want to push them away from our markets. And it's taking a lot of strength to tell them that is not the point. But that fear over there is real. I'm absolutely convinced that if they talk to each other in the Central Committee, they say exactly the same things they say out in public because they believe it. And in reverse, we believe the European Union, as expressed in these countervailing duties, the Chinese don't just want to bring goods to Europe, but they have dumping and destroy our prosperity, our industry. They don't understand us, and we don't understand their view either, which is why going there in person makes a difference, as do direct talks. However, at the end, Europe needs to have a plan. And this plan should not be that we believe that we know what's right, everybody else will magically agree with that. That would be wrong. That would be trying to be smug and always imagine you're right. I think the plan that Europe has to have is to see that a properly understood self-interest can be implemented in a partnership defined by competition. To put it bluntly, Europe cannot have any interest in Russia, China, Iran, North Korea to conclude a sort of political axis that would be against our interests, not just in economic terms. We wouldn't even just talk about economic wars, trade wars. We can leave the word trade out of war. Then we would have to ask ourselves now, what can we do to make sure that this negative competition can be prevented, so that whatever is left can be influenced, so that we have a cooperation stroke competition. Whether that's possible remains to be seen, but I know that there is a job for us to make that work, and this job is something which can be translated into a political need to act. And the motto here, this is the long answer to the brief question, who's waiting for Germany, because the answer is really that strengthening competitiveness is the best way of achieving resilience. It's competitiveness which will decide whether Europe is resilient and whether Europe will have its own political, not just economic political, but political voice in this profoundly changed global world which is fought over. So we need to strengthen competitiveness. And it is our job in Germany, it is a job for Germany to do so, obviously, but also the same is true for Europe. I imagine the Chancellor already said it. People know that there are lots and lots of areas which aren't doing well, where we could do better. Things have to be made faster, simpler. Germany speed, it shouldn't be a joke, it should be a motto. 2 years ago, we sort of pushed things through politically and across party political borders and in society. We trusted ourselves and we'll get on with it, do it. And if it goes wrong, at least we've tried. It was better to try and fail than not to try at all. So to reduce bureaucracy, that is very important. But it has to be implemented in concrete terms. We have to understand what exactly is meant by this. If we say we want to strengthen potential growth in Germany in particular, this means to create more potential in the labour market and in all these areas. I don't want to enumerate them all. You've heard me say it often enough. And I'm sure it also means investment incentives, tax, financial incentives for investments, so Germany gets out of the quandary it's in. We've discussed it in so many places before. What really matters is that we give some thought to what we do now in this phase when Europe is realigning. So what can be our contribution to Europe? How can we, as is necessary, really underpin de-bureaucratization in economic and industrial policy terms, and how can we break it down? We need to have technology leadership in every field. If we say every field, we won't manage in everything, but the idea, the claim is technology leader in all areas. We simply mustn't allow ourselves to consciously drop back. It's like a footballer saying, we want to win, we need a good striker. No, we need to be good in every position. Only then can you win the cup. Otherwise, you won't win the next match. So if you want to win, you must win according to all these rules. And it means you need to do better and also complete the single market. That also refers to telecommunications or the energy sector. Infrastructure needs to be developed on a European scale. New infrastructure, hydrogen. It shouldn't be just a German hydrogen network. It needs to be connected to hydrogen networks all over the place. And the same is true for CO2 pipelines and whatever. Infrastructure, in this sense, isn't just hydrogen, CO2, railways, bridges, and so on. It also means an infrastructure for education and research. So the BDI has suggested to invest into these areas, and I'm very grateful for that proposal for two reasons. First, because you are not just referring the need for investment in classical sort of infrastructure, but also education. Including social infrastructure is important here. And I think the idea that what we are building now is not built for this one parliament. When we're talking about electricity grid, hydrogen network or whatever, that's built for the next 40 years or for at least 2 generations maybe. So if we do that and are aware of this, we can fund it in such a way that the burden is borne not just by one generation. To say we have to be careful for future generations, so we are not investing and we are not getting the economic growth that we need off the ground. That would be the wrong way of saying it. So briefly, I fully support your proposal, but you knew that already, and you're hardly surprised when you say it. With this, I'm almost through, but there are 7 concrete points I would like to mention that need to be negotiated or enforced now so that Europe can strengthen its role in economic and industrial terms. And I'm not talking about the financial market, I'm not talking about a capital markets union, because that I think would be a bit too far today and take us a bit off course. I'd just like to talk about economic policy in the narrower sense and what Europe can do so that we are competitive at the European level, so that we can speak with one voice vis-à-vis the new to-be-formed Commission and make our demands heard. So what can we do to make things less red tape and faster? First of all, proper regulatory systems for SMEs so they don't have to always go to Brussels. We can afford to be more generous. Sure, there's competition even in the single market, and we have to take that serious. And whenever people compete with us, we're always quick to try and be aware of our advantage, but let's not be too much quibblers here. So must make sure that the laws we have are sensible. Secondly, there is a margin 85 in the temporary crisis and transition framework, and that margin tells us the EU sets the standards, the member countries implement them. And so don't run back to Brussels and say, we do the standards. Let's just do it as a general principle. There are a few clear rules everybody has to comply with, and as we've just heard, later, if things are not complied with, you get a rap over the knuckles. Sure, but if it's done properly, you can do it for 2, 3, 4 years with state aid if you like. Then let's look at our strengths. Mixing up cohesion policy, economic and industrial policy, it may make sense in internal European terms so that regions that are not very strong can generate growth. But in geopolitical terms, there is a very different competition situation to be borne in mind. And ultimately, it doesn't matter that much whether an organization in Jutland is equal with a region in Baden-Württemberg. What matters is whether Europe can compete with Texas or certain Chinese provinces. So we must also have the right to strengthen what is strong already and to get that particular regional parochial approach out of European support systems. Then we should make judgment according to the global market, because ultimately it doesn't make any sense if in our single market little silo. We do everything right, but we don't have rules that would allow companies to be competitive internationally so that the European voice, European strength can be promoted internationally. And next, free trade agreements should be EU only, so that the many loops we have through our local regional parliaments and bodies don't need to be done. It may mean that a trade agreement isn't comprehensive in every sense, where every little thing is pushed into it, and maybe it means that there is a certain service that is not included, or, you know, whenever there are cultural problems, we waive this and waive that. But I think, you know, let's have an 80% agreement, discuss quickly, then 100 or 120% perfect FTA, which never actually sees the light of day. And six, in European terms, we also need to look at the defense industry. We kept our hands off that for many, many reasons, for reasons that are historically clear, but they are no longer good reasons. We can't afford sort of national weapon systems anymore. We can't really fight about how much in the way of ammunition we make available to Ukraine, while the companies that produce munitions here are not even talked to. So we have 27 national defense industries. We need to overcome this. We need to make sure that maybe organized at the European level standards exist so that we can scale defense properly. Why do we have 27 different kinds of frigate, for example? We should have, you know, not 30 different ones, but only one, and then it's cheaper, and then it's faster. And also active raw materials policy, which means that access to precursor materials, when we're talking lithium or when we're talking gunpowder, all this needs to be seen from a strategic angle and not any other sense. We must be aware that we're talking about geopolitical power, which we can also project this way. All the other points can also be talked about, but what I've just said, I think, is crucial in order to make clear and decisive, fast progress with the urgency that is required. If we were to do this, and this is the work program for the EU Industry Action Programme for the next Commission, if they did that, I'd be happy. At the end of the day, I'm telling you this little story, and that shows you I'm almost at the end of my speech, and talked in China with some Chinese students, which was very interesting in many ways. Because, I mean, I delivered my speech, and at the end of the speech, I asked them, are there any questions? And I don't know whether anybody knows that when you visit German schools or universities, usually they're sitting there and, you know, nobody says anything. But in China, every hand went up, 40 questions. I heard later from a colleague who did the pre-investigation on part of the Federal Crime Office that they prepared the questions. And I should have asked them, are there any questions you haven't prepared in advance, but I didn't think of that. But anyway, it's always a bit of a tightrope walk going there and trying to find the right tone. I mean, after that, I left China. And, you know, when I go, I'm gone, but the students stay. And if you do the discussion the wrong way, then they get into trouble. I certainly didn't want that, because we're talking young people who, don't worry, one more minute and I'll be done. So these are young people who visit university in China. So I talked a great deal about Germany, and the best thing I could do in this round of discussions was talk about the idea of freedom, democracy, freedom of opinion, and explain that. And the best way of doing it was talk about Germany, and that's how I would like to conclude here as well, because that brings the wheel full circle. We've just celebrated 75 years of the German Basic Code with the idea that at the heart of our political arena is the dignity of man and the freedom of man, and that is very important. In the past, it was government, even an abusive government, was at the heart, and Germany made a volte-face completely. And this idea was then combined with the social market economy. So what I want to say, and what I told the students in China, there is no guarantee that a society which has a strong economy, a growing economy, coupled with the idea of the social market economy, that this is always distributed, that it organizes participation, that people are involved, that this is a society which will be immune to radical, fundamental, whatever ideas. There are even rich countries which are susceptible to populism and extremist ideas. It doesn't change political work, but there is a certain degree of certainty that the reverse conclusion is right. We've seen the last 1.5 years with high inflation, economic pressure in companies and with people, namely, that if if a society isn't growing, if people are getting poorer, if people have the feeling that processes in their country do not create more material certainty or prosperity, then they are much more susceptible to being seduced by anti-democrats or populists. That is a given. So one giant loop, great motto, but a leap, a gigantic leap, needs training, needs good running shoes, maybe needs spikes, good food, and above all, it needs a sandpit to land in. And I did my best to give you a description of that sandpit. Thank you.
Kommen Sie gern zu mir.
Do come over to me.
I'm
also going to ask Bernd Montag, Sami Attia and Barbara Frey to join us. Welcome to the stage. Mr. Habeck, it's almost tradition. You've done it twice already, and you always overrun, so I wasn't terribly surprised, but nevertheless, we have to say, let's give the others a chance now to respond. Mr. Montag, Siemens Healthineers, your CEO, you take a very close look at what happens in the US and Germany. How would you respond to Mr. Habeck's comment that, first of all, we have to prepare for this great leap and train and buy spikes? Is that the pragmatism that you see in the US? Let's frame this a little. We have more employees in the US than in Germany, but we do see ourselves as a German company. And I think this is the point, that just after our IPO as Healthineers, we became US market leader in cancer, and not the other way around. So pragmatism and entrepreneurship can go well together in our case. I do think that in the discussion, I'm coming back to this word cohesion that we heard before, that the strengths and potential should be borne in mind before we start trying to discourage each other. What makes us strong in this industrial health sector is that in Germany we're used to talking about knowledge and innovation. We're not spoiled with too many raw materials or with a huge domestic market. So we learned very early on in our career that this is the case, and Siemens Healthineers is an example. We learn what it means to use your knowledge and your understanding of the global framework. And I think if we have this understanding and this assurance and can carry that with us, we have already gained a great deal, and we don't have to keep looking at what other people do. Ms. Frey, you're Executive Vice President of Schneider Electric, so you have a French lens on Germany. What would you say about this, about courage and standing as a European looking at Germany? I think you made a good point. In Europe, we need to drive things because we don't have those raw materials, as you said. We don't have those blessings that other continents have, especially if you look at the electrification of industry. We really have to drive this ourselves. We can see some excellent examples outside Europe where there's been an interplay between the process and the energy, and a lot can be saved. So we're coming from where you needed 140 megawatt, you only need 110 megawatts of electricity, and combine that with automation and digitization, because that plays a really big role. If I look at the cost models in Europe, if we want to be more productive and more energy efficient, this is so important. And we often hear about energy efficiency. I'd like to hear politicians talking about it more. Listening to the previous panels, there was talk of green hydrogen, where do we get the energy from? But making responsible use of it, we talk about too little. To come back to China, why is China so often ahead? I often go to China. I'm always surprised at the speed with which they work. And I don't think it's bureaucracy that holds us up. It's the fact that they have the market, they have standards, which at EU level they decide that this is implemented quite quickly. But the other thing is that China says, we want to do this, and then they do it. In our business, with automation, we're challenged by the fact that the Chinese government says, I want more local industrial automation. And they don't say that here. So this statement, we're going to electrify industry and do it as a front runner, and our foreign policy will be based on that, I'd like that to be thoroughly understood. And on a scale of 1 to 10, how likely is it that you'll get your wish? I'm an optimist, probably a 9. Good. Mr. Attia, you're a member of the group board at ABB. Can you say something in response to Mr. Anderson describing Germany, who says that in Germany and in Europe, for a long time, there's been a fear of innovation. Now, ABB is a very innovative company, so probably, do you prefer to keep your global spectacles on here, or you've been familiar with the landscape for a long time? Well, firstly, I welcome the points you made. I completely endorse them. I think what we need in Germany is a love of entrepreneurship again. We need to take pleasure in it. We need to be happy to take risks and make investments. And like Mr. Montag, we shouldn't talk everything down. But we need to be clear what functions and what are the drivers. In Germany, in Sweden, in Switzerland, we're investing, and it works. And I would say, like Mr. Montag, a lot works in Europe. We have best education levels in the world. We have champions in many segments. I think that's working well. But those top-notch technologies need further investment and support. I think we're losing our position there a bit. If we look at the robotics with ABB, in America we get 75% of large language models, ChatGPT and so forth, are based there. 15% are based in China, and the rest is spread about. So Europe's not really a player there, and it's not the politicians who are responsible for that. The software was never our strength. What we're good at are the applications for these AI models. And there I would appeal that we invest more. Also in top research. VDMI have been working on that, on robotics, and supporting them with money. But a lot more needs to be done if we compare investments in the US and Germany or Europe. Mr. Habeck, listening to that, and you talk a great deal to companies, the question I have is we have so much to do. You said yourself, you mentioned 7 steps. But you also said right at the beginning, we are a strong nation. We are stagnating. Are we losing our opportunity to take those 7 steps? The answer is yes, and of course there's a reason for that. I think we can assume that the reason for the stagnation is, I think we're aware of, it's Putin. The year and a half, 2 years that we've been through now, they've got nothing to do with bureaucracy. Putin didn't cause that, and it's got nothing to do with the fact that we've waited too long to sort out problems relating to skilled labor, immigration, the aging population. But the lack of gas, and quite possibly I need to provide evidence-based science probably, but attracting or using gas as a disincentive, that led to problem. And prices went up, and it's a heavily dovetailed market. It's affected everything, food, clothes. High inflation is combated with high interest rates, which leads to less investment. That is happening in Germany. Now, perhaps we can start using the past tense. Perhaps we should say it was happening in Germany because we've thrown off those chains. We are not quite free yet, but inflation is falling. Economic pace is picking up slowly, not satisfactory yet. Mr. Rusform said there's a silver cloud on the horizon. Of course, the sun isn't shining upon us yet, but we've fought for that, to get a grip on this acute crisis, and other countries that weren't so affected have invested, have built their technologies, have beefed up their state volumes, which you need in order to defend your status quo, for investment programs. AI has been introduced and so forth. So in those 2 years, we have lost competitive potential. But I believe that it was a planned attack on prosperity in Germany and Europe. Because if this country loses its confidence in its own economic power, then it loses its stability. I think that was the idea. I'm sure the Kremlin was familiar with that. So yes, they're hard conditions, but we have to get faster. We have to catch up on what we've lost the last 2 years. I've mentioned a few parameters, others are conceivable. But it's not enough to say we need to play a bit faster, pass the ball faster between each other. We need to want to win. And some things that people have become accustomed to and cozy with, we need to overcome. It's a chain reaction. If Germany doesn't do it, then this complex leadership role in Europe will not be replaced by someone else. Europe will drop back, and then the scenario is fairly clear. If the other blocs that also have their interests would try to fill that vacuum, that is of great political significance. But isn't it also the case, if we're talking about polarizations, that part of the polarization is due to increased dissatisfaction among entrepreneurs, among companies, the way we see it? And hasn't there been too much infighting in the coalition during this time? And a lot of arguing gets done, and you lose energy for other battles. Yes, that's true, and that's not good. How do you want to change it? I think it helps to raise the level of the debate. So what I tried to say about China, you come out of these lectures and you learn every time. I hope we can achieve a space where agreement is possible. So what we call the dynamization pact, getting rid of the red tape and so forth, it's not exactly a new dawn, but there's a lot of good stuff in there. I can believe that this would give us momentum for that growth potential, for that leverage. And I think I can reveal one secret. A big 400 billion package for investment in infrastructure. Sorry, wasn't I was saying, what I was saying is that you have to take a few steps first. Yeah, but this is the giant leap. I would say the core of the statement was that. And it addresses a major point. The answer is, and this is an explanation, not an excuse, that overcoming dyed-in-the-wool positions, there are always two sides to it. One is public expectation, what the public expects of German business, but also the chains that we've inflicted upon ourselves in political, electoral campaigns. People accuse each other of saying things 2 years ago. It's easy enough to say the situation's changed. Parties make decisions in certain circumstances. The world has changed. We don't want to get bogged down in the past. We need to look at the future. And we can see that day by day in the news, that reality has changed. And that's why things are seem so intractable. Mr. Montag, if we're talking about realities, and you said you make a statement, you want to remain a German company, you're very rooted here. What would you like to see? You've heard a lot of proposals from the BDI, from Mr. Scholz, from Mr. Habeck. Anything missing? Oh, one disclaimer to start. The question is always to what extent you want to be seen as a petitioner. The idea isn't that we want to start demanding things of each other. The question is really, what do we do ourselves? So this is really an offer rather than a demand. I'm being a bit pro domo here because I'm talking about the industrial health sector, not about Healthineers. You might be laughing, but you depend on it. In the long term. We have 1 million employees in this sector. That's a lot. Perhaps that's fragmented, so maybe I can be the flag bearer here. I'm very visible, I have the height. But we are an industry that very much depended on Germany. We need the knowledge that we have in Germany. We are global. We might not have the resources. But I think our social cohesion, where medicine is not organized by the state, but half and half public, half private, and I think that's a very good system. We have an industry with 8 billion customers globally. And I like to hear people talking about the automotive industry and customs and energy prices and so forth. It's all important. I don't want to dismiss it. But we also need to see what the future industries are going to be and what are we doing about those. So this implies a bit that the automotive industry is not so much the future. Well, I didn't quite put it that way. Some people can do things while other people get on with other things. It's not a competition. But I think we need to place it more in the focus. What are the important topics for us? A little anecdote. Last week, I was in Vietnam and Indonesia. Next week I'm going to India. In Southeast Asia and India we have 2 billion people. Now, who organizes that health sector? It's a battle, whether the Chinese can assert themselves or us with our approach. And to have this narrative, of course, we want to push this. We see this as an opportunity. I think that's important, because I think what the country needs is positive stories, good examples. I mean, awareness isn't something you can regulate for, or confidence. But unlike the health industry, your technological industry is very strongly facing tough competition. How would you describe the situation? Maybe are we looking at the wrong markets? What about you? Is it a different story? No. Robotics and automation, it's a fantastic business. If you look at the mega trends, all of them are having a positive impact on the market. If we just look at Germany, we had 1.5 million vacancies that couldn't be filled. And if things carry on that way, how are we going to ever progress without automation and robots? So it's an essential market. Hence to improve our competitiveness. The German government's doing quite a lot. More needs to be done. I think it's very important that investments are made. I'll come back to this VDMA paper, which talks about top research, universities. In Germany, we've got about 100 different subjects that relate to AI. In UK, they offer 9 times as many undergraduate courses. They start younger in school. We've been through COVID. A lot of schools had no infrastructure. Finland and Sweden, where I often visit, it's quite standard procedure in schools to have these things. So it's an essential topic to promote those top technologies and robotics because it's so important for competition for our business location here in Germany and in Europe. I wanted to come on to you with my question about the technology because I think this is also your field of expertise. But first of all, the question you just said, an awful lot of vacancies can't be filled. Just digitalization specialists, 128,000? Where are they going to come from? Immigration, skilling. But if we talk about this great leap, we really do have to take a long run up. If we're going to start training them in schools now, they'll finish in maybe 5 years. Is that enough? Well, school is, of course, the basis, but we also train our own employees. In Berlin, for example, we have a big center with 800 employees, not only ABB, but other companies involved as well. You're not going to get as many graduates from universities as you want to. A lot come out of the engineering sector and they learn on the job in their companies. So that's going to be very important as well. Look at AI. Nobody grew up with it. Okay, I wrote a PhD on it, but that's rare, and that was an accident. You need time to get used to the topic, and you have to make offers, provide services or training. Of course, you can start with the schools, but at the same time, in the schools and in the universities, you need to show enough people are leaving the system. Okay, so with technology, if we've got enough skilled labor and we do our research, perhaps AI really is the technology that would enable us to leapfrog ahead if we're so far behind. Could we perhaps leapfrog some of these gaps that have built up? Do you think AI can do that for Germany and Europe? I think we should embrace artificial intelligence in all its facets. And AI is nothing new. We've had it for 50 years. There was a KI heyday in the 80s, and now a university in people leaving university in California can reckon with huge starting salaries, and one data center after the next is being built. But if we look at reality, outside the consumer sector, how much is it really being used, and how much proof of concept actually leads to solid business? We're in the starting shoes, really. We've got machine learning, now we've got the first applications with generative AI, ChatGPT integrated, but the real breakthrough hasn't happened yet. I think we have to stay at it and invest and ensure we have the resources. And there's a great probability that in 80% of cases, that's our experience, it will lead nowhere. But the other 20% could really lead to that big breakthrough. So we have to do a lot of things at the same time. Perhaps it's a bubble. We had that with the internet 20 years ago. And then things will move on. Briefly on that, AI, the definition is difficult to understand, but everything that's already been resolved, like a Google search or other things that we already do with our pocket calculators, it's also AI. We just don't talk about it because it's already been solved. So the development of AI, we cannot prevent. Of course, there's a bit of hype at the moment. We think that we can defeat all our demons with AI. But there are lots of applications in companies, outside. Programming has speeded up 50% now thanks to AI, and 75% greater customer satisfaction. So look at that productivity. And I would agree, Barbara, there are some things that are being overhyped and they will fall by the wayside, but there's a lot that will stay with us, and of course other companies are involved in that too. But it's a key technology for us and for others, especially in the application, not in the basic research. That boat has already left port. So the other important point are data. These large language models need an awful lot of data, and there's a bit of a trend to say we'll keep our own data for us. And that's why we have this program Manufacturing X to create a platform where we can hand over this data, process it elsewhere, where people can use it. And I think that could be a huge advantage if we actually do it in Europe. It's like with the Capital Market Union, you'd have a data union, yeah, in Europe, in the European Economic Area. Okay, Mr. Herbeck, we've heard about these things, but there's also the budget, and sometimes I get the feeling that when we talk about bureaucracy and regulation, the discussion is faced backwards. We talk about the things that we did in the past and how to improve them, instead of looking to see what opportunities we have out there, perhaps to just completely deal with this matter and kill it dead. Do you have AI that we can use for our budgetary discussions? Interesting what it would conclude. Of course, then the question is who programs it? Of course, I could give a co-commentary. If you look at the Hanover Trade Fair, you see what was once a mechanical trade fair. There's almost nothing that isn't somehow based on sensors or optics. All of it's AI relevant. It's all over industry, as you said. And you're also quite right. If in Germany, if you want to apply for child benefit or send in your tax return or apply for your pension or your student grant, and there's no system that says, hey, you don't have to worry about anything, we'll just do it automatically. Of course we're way behind there. It's an opportunity. We have this governance access law. The idea was that local councils would have the same tool everywhere for dog tax. Now, you're laughing. There are some local councils that measure the dogs by weight and others by shoulder height. And we asked a company to look into this, and there wasn't one company that said it's worth our while. Now, there might be some people in admin who say, okay, we'll do it and we'll make it available to others, and then the other states can decide to adopt it if they want. Or we'll come up with software for permit procedures, for example, grants for energy upgrades. All of this is AI-led at the moment. It could be spread, it could be adopted by others. Of course, the state is behind industry, and if there are anchor functions that we can start with, that would be good for European companies. We're quite strong there. We look a bit jealously at Silicon Valley, but when it comes to governance AI, we've got fantastic companies in Germany who not only pinpoint the weaknesses but can generate strengths and don't keep saying we have to keep doing it the old way. That would help tremendously. Mr. Montag, the health sector is quite heavily regulated, of course. I think we're all quite happy with that as patients because we want our standards to be maintained. There's quite a lot of digitization as well. It's taken a bit longer, but it's gaining pace now. Can you offer us any positive examples from the past where you say this is something where Germany or other sectors could learn? I think, first of all, regulation. I know there's a critical view of regulation, but as soon as we're patients, we take a different view. We want doctors to treat us according to the standards. We want to know what they've studied and whether they have any experience and whether this medication they're offering us has been approved or not. So you get a different view of it. You have a different take. And that leads to a certain lethargy or a perceived lethargy in the health system when it comes to adopting new systems, because they have these existing regulated structures with occupational profiles and so forth. But I think what AI means for us, and Sami, you said this as well, comes through the applications. The problem isn't we want digitization or we want AI, but we want to defeat cancer. And then the question is, how can I use AI so that I can automatically, in a lung X-ray or a tomography, recognize cancer in 2 minutes with AI support and not in 20 minutes? Or the treatment is automated by an AI. The AI plans the treatment if you're using chemotherapy or something. This is the point, how we can get that going. And I think that's a strength, so that we don't do it like in the Wild West, but with a certain gravity, seriousness as European companies. I think that's strength. And this is a field where we play a leading role. But perhaps people don't see it so much because we don't stand up with our flag and say, hey, we are an AI company. No, we're a health service provider. And Siemens Industry Automation has a similar issue to what you say. We come in through the domain. AI, digitization are means to an end. They're not the business. And I think this discussion gets sometimes a bit muddled in the public mind. I would really like to say something about European data privacy, because we've seen, for example, that Apple's AI is going to be delayed, partly because of European data protection regulations. But that's a very different debate, and we probably have to have it on another occasion. Maybe you can do it during the break. In a moment. You note there's a transition underway here. Thank you for joining us. Before you all leave us, there's a little announcement for those of you who are interested. Of course, we have a program for the breaks because there's so much to discuss. So you can see behind me there are a number of different stages: software-defined vehicles, global supply chains. We have a Meet the Expert. We have a campus safari. You'll find it all. See the map behind the stage. There are hostesses with placards. Enjoy your break for an hour. We're coming back at 4:30.
Thank you very much and welcome back. I hope you all had a wonderful lunch break, networking break. I think there was lots to talk about after the first panels this morning and the first speeches. I am really looking forward to this afternoon and the exchange this afternoon because we heard from our Vice Chancellor and Economics Minister this morning how important it is to exchange viewpoints, especially in times of crises or especially in times of challenges. And he touched on his experience in China, what the Chinese think about us and what we think about the Chinese, and how important it was to go on this trip abroad and have this exchange and this dialogue. So now we will focus on exchanging viewpoints in the other direction across the Atlantic and kind of touch on the relationship between Europe and the US and where this relationship or partnership or friendship, however we define it in the coming moments, is heading. And an important role for German companies plays the US state of South Carolina. Ties between South Carolina and German companies are quite strong. Many German companies find South Carolina quite attractive. And I'm looking forward to finding out more about this from South Carolina's Governor, Henry McMaster. Good to have you here today. Yep, the stage is yours. Very warm welcome.
Thank you. Isabel Corner, is that it? Thank you. Are these on? I'm a little bit hoarse. Can everybody hear okay? I'm a little bit southern. Can everybody still hear okay? All right. Well, I'm delighted to be here. I enjoyed the conversations, the exchanges earlier today. And I've got some papers, but I didn't write on all of these. They're just parts that I want to mention to you. I enjoyed listening to Chancellor Schulz and President Russ Wurm, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. I didn't have my pad, so I couldn't take notes, but I make some mental images, and I really enjoyed what you had to say. I'm happy to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I've never been to Berlin before, but I have been to Germany. Years ago, after receiving my degree in history from the University of South Carolina and preparing for law school, I visited Germany, went to several other countries as well, but never Berlin. And now that I've been to Berlin, I see the greatness of the buildings, especially the Reichstag, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. And I am delighted to see that it was restored. It is a beautiful building. That must have been all right.
Meine So, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for coming back so quickly. Thank you for evacuating the building so quickly. We are really sorry about the false alarm, but at the end of the day, I think we're all glad it was a false alarm. And at the end of the day, I think the quote, "You're better safe than sorry," is also very, very important, especially in these times. We're all awake now after the lunch break, and we're all in full concentration now, and we all look forward to your speech now, Henry McMaster. Second try, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I can't wait to tell them when to get home that I've set the house on fire over here. I have a story for you. I think you'll enjoy it. Years ago, as I mentioned, after studying history and preparing law school, I came to Germany, but I didn't come to Berlin. But I have now, and it is beautiful. The Reichstag, the Brandenburg Gate, which of course I watched Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan appointed me U.S. Attorney years ago. I enjoyed that work very much. And I noticed last afternoon, the energy of the people, and I asked, is it always like this? And I understand there was a football game going on, so that explains that. But the beauty of the landscape, we went up in the TV tower, I think you call it, and oh, that was just gorgeous. And we got to see the whole thing all around and around, and it was lovely. So I asked myself, Henry, why did it take so long for you to come to this place? So I've been here now, and I'm going to come back. I'm looking forward to it. And I want to thank you all for this marvelous invitation. And now, if you give me a moment, I have a little bit of history for you that you may not know. There was an Italian merchant and explorer, you may have heard of him, named Amerigo Vespucci. Somebody said yes. He was a major player during the voyages to the New World in the late 15th century. You know, Christopher Columbus came over to near the continent in 1492. His children, we sang in 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue, and that's how we remembered that. And he thought he had landed in Asia, but he had not. It was a man named Amerigo Vespucci, who correctly assumed that this land was, in fact, a new continent. Then, in 1499, he sailed to Hispaniola, which today is Haiti and the Dominican Republic, for Spain. And he also explored further south and filled his notes and notebooks with detailed descriptions of all he saw on that voyage in 1499. Then in 1501, his second voyage, then for the Portuguese, he explored further the coasts of what are now Brazil and Argentina. Then in 1503, his third and final voyage, which was for the King of Portugal, again looking for a route to India. On all these voyages, Amerigo Vespucci kept detailed records, including geographic and astronomical details. He was an astronomer. He was a highly educated man. He kept all those details of everything he saw. Then, in 1507, a German cartographer named Martin Waldseemüller, pretty good, created a new map based on Amerigo Vespucci's records, inscribing the same with these words or this name. I'm going to try to pronounce it. I think it's Italian mainly. Ab America inventore quasi Americi terram civi Americam, which was later shortened, of course, to America. So first thing I want to do is thank you, because but for the German map maker, Martin Waldseemüller, I would be coming today to see you from Vespucci land. Going on in history, 1739, I want to tell you about South Carolina now. We love our state. It's a beautiful place. And in 1739, one of King George's people wrote back to the king, to His Excellency James Glenn, Esquire, Captain General, Governor, Commander-in-Chief, in and over His Majesty's province of South Carolina, and so forth. He says the prospect of Charlestown, which we call Charleston today, is humbly inscribed by His much obliged, humble servant, B. Roberts. And this was published according to the Act of Parliament. I won't read the whole thing, but you'll be interested in this, because all this is still there today. Charlestown, the metropolis of the province of South Carolina, is pleasantly situated between the Cooper and Ashley rivers, which form a spacious and convenient harbor. The climate of Carolina, formerly called Florida, you remember the French and the Spanish were fighting over the place, is extremely agreeable and wholesome, and compared with the rest of the northern hemisphere, may well be looked upon as the most temperate part of the habitable earth on the north side of the equator. It is the fairest and most fruitful province belonging to Great Britain. It goes on to say, so that it is no wonder if Charlestown, which a few years ago was a small and inconsiderate place, now be a very great and flourishing town, adorned with handsome and commodious buildings, both private and public, among which is the Church of St. Philip, may justly be reckoned the finest structure in America. And ending up, he says, this town and province may justly be esteemed the most flourishing of any of His Majesty's dominions in America. Well, the King George is gone. We don't answer to him anymore. But we are determined to see that that characterization is going to come to fruition. And we would like to have your help and assistance in doing that. And we want at the same time to do what we can do to help you accomplish your goals. Move forward a little bit. In 1992, Governor Carroll Campbell and BMW's leader at the time were trying to work out a deal for BMW to come to America. And they had their teams with them, and according to the stories I read about it, I knew Governor Campbell very well, and this is true. They had their teams working, and they couldn't get to square one. So finally, the BMW leader and the governor went to the governor's mansion, went out by the pool, sat down at a table. Each had one assistant with them. In just a few minutes, over a cocktail, they scribbled out a few notes on a cocktail napkin and shook hands. And that was the deal that launched BMW. And I read those notes of that meeting from the leader of BMW. Well, in July 27, 2016, Mercedes-Benz vans opened their facility in North Charleston, South Carolina, which is just north of the city of Charleston. They're adjacent. Then in 2019, I attended the BMW 25th anniversary. It's in a little town called Greer. Most people would refer to Spartanburg, which is bigger, and that's right up in the top of the state, near Greenville. And at that meeting, I was sitting on the front row as you are, and I remember the chairman of BMW said, South Carolina is a handshake state. He said, I would rather have your hand in mine and your word than a written contract. And it's still that way today. That's how we like to do business. October 13th, 2022, South Carolina launched its first EV summit in the United States in Greenville, South Carolina. It was in conjunction with the National Governors Association, had people there from all over, and it was absolutely fascinating. Our goal is accelerating South Carolina's e-mobility competitiveness in the United States. And let me mention to you, you probably noticed during the pandemic, it was the states in the Southeast that stayed open. It was the states in the Southeast that stayed open and let people work. It was the states in the Southeast that understood the Constitution of the United States that says the government cannot take your property from you without just compensation. But there was none offered in all of those mandates that came down, some of which we fought and won in court. But we stayed open, and we'll continue to stay open. So we had that EV summit, and who was in it from the government side? It was the Departments of Transportation, Commerce, and Harry Lightsey is here, Secretary of Commerce in South Carolina, best in the country, of course. In the Departments of Energy, our technical colleges, and our Department of Workforce and Development. Then keep going to September 2023. We created something we call SC Nexus. What is SC Nexus? Again, our rule is to communicate, collaborate, cooperate, not only among the state agencies, but the county governments, the city governments, and also the private industry, the private sector. And that's how we succeed. If you stumble along by yourself, we've learned you're not going to get very far, but you listen and work with people, and you can work miracles. What is SC Nexus? Created in September 2023, it is a strategic alliance committed to creating a globally leading, end-to-end, resilient, sustainable energy ecosystem that powers industry and residential infrastructure. What does it include? Academic researchers, faculty, and students at the University of South Carolina, Clemson University, and South Carolina State University. Also business alliances, startup innovative entities, and government entities. Again, Department of Commerce, Workforce, the Technical College System, of which we have 16, and the Savannah River National Laboratory. And by the way, our 16 technical colleges began living in 1961. I think we were the first in the country to start that. We now have 16 all over the state, and they are powerhouses of training and learning, and there's not another state that can come close to producing that kind of training that we have. Who's on SC Nexus? Lockheed Martin, Nucor, Sunoco, Westinghouse, energy companies, Pomega, Redwood Materials, they making the lithium batteries, AESC, they making batteries. Business alliances, the South Carolina's Manufacturing Alliance, Charleston Defense Contractors, and all of that, which led to us as being designated one of the 31 technology and innovation hubs to be created in the United States by the U.S. Department of Commerce. There are 400 applications among the states were invited to be submitted to the U.S. Department of Commerce. We chose power. We know we have to have electricity for everything we do, so that's what we suggested that our state wanted to do. And we got a call from Secretary Gina Raimondo, Secretary of Commerce, on October the 23rd, 2023, saying you are one of the 12, one of the 31. It will be narrowed down to 12, and we are confident that we will win that, and that will be millions of dollars to learn how we can work better with you to provide electricity, the right grid work, efficiencies, and everything that you will need in order to succeed with us. Let's go on just a little bit more. February 15th, 2024, Scout Motors came along. Scott Keogh was one of the most interesting men I've ever met. That's when they began construction in Columbia, South Carolina, on a $2 billion, 1,600 acres, and 400 jobs, 4,000 jobs. Then, June 21, 2024, BMW again announced the grand opening of its press plant shop in Spartanburg, up near Greenville, and it also marked their 30th anniversary. I was there. On June the 23rd, 2024, I'll read you quickly and lastly, this is an article published by our technical college system, and I think you'll find this interesting and hope you can just think of what we may be able to do for you in your business. It says this, it was in November 2023 that this happened, but it's published just yesterday. In keeping with this tradition, a ready South Carolina team involved on its scouting mission to map out the training and recruitment strategy will equip South Carolina's workforce with the skills and knowledge needed to drive Scout Motors' success. When Volkswagen Group handpicked South Carolina as the site for its first ever Scout Motors electric vehicle facility, Ready SC and the South Carolina College Technical System stepped forward as pioneering partners with the mandate to prepare a potential workforce of 4,000 workers for the upcoming EV manufacturing hub. The collaboration aims to tailor training programs aligned with the demands of crafting next generation electric trucks and robust SUVs. Quote, one of our major goals is to develop specific training for the impending Scout Motors workforce, said Patrick Sellers, who's the project director from Ready SC. Along with that, we are collaborating with Scout to establish an on-site training center tailored to meet their unique needs. It goes on to say the first step in this journey was to assemble a diverse team of experts from Ready SC and Midlands Technical College experienced in the training and recruitment requirements of advanced manufacturing. The Discovery team then voyaged to Volkswagen's headquarters in Wolfsburg, Germany in November 2023. There they developed deep into Volkswagen's established training methodologies, seeking to adapt and implement those proven strategies in the forthcoming South Carolina facility. The team marveled at Volkswagen's pioneering strides in electric vehicle training, encountering an environment prime for learning. Quote, the people from South Carolina, our Discovery trip to Germany was an amazing experience. He goes on to say, we saw how they orchestrate different elements to bring their training to life in company culture, technology, production systems, evaluation methods, and so forth. And they finish up. When the team returned home, they said this, we are currently focused on taking what we learned from the Discovery trip and nailing down the training design. We have a great partnership with the Scout team, working to develop a really solid pre- and post-hire training plan. We soon are going to begin hiring and training our own additional staff to help implement that training. So it goes on to say that we are in partnership and look forward to a great facility there. Now, everything that I've just said that we are doing for Scout, we'll be happy to do with you as we've done with others. So I'll finish up with just a couple of thoughts. In September 1987, Pope John II visited Columbia, South Carolina, and the University of South Carolina. As he moved around in his Pope Mobile, which was made by Mercedes-Benz, he was heralded all over the place. At the Horseshoe, which is a historic place in the center of the campus, he said this. He said, and I quote, it is wonderful to be young. It is wonderful to be young and a student. It is wonderful to be young and a student at the University of South Carolina. So I will say this to you. I believe it is wonderful to be a German. It is wonderful to be a German in business. And it will be wonderful to be a German doing business in South Carolina. So I thank you for having me here. And to you all I say, Danke schön and auf Wiedersehen. Thank you.
Vielen Dank. May I ask you to join me? And I would like to ask the other panelists to join us up here as well. Klaus Rosenfeld, Karin Rothström, and Tobias Meyer, please. And we shall take the left seats here. Good. Thank you. While you were giving us this wonderful speech, I was wondering if you don't just look at the ties between South Carolina and Germany or other European companies, but if you look at it from a broader perspective, US, Europe, US, Germany, what defines the relationship right now? How would you call it? Is it a partnership? Is it a friendship? What is it?
Well, as far as these...
Yeah.
With these things that we do, particularly through our technical college, also we have incentives like all the states do. But the main thing, of course, is our people, and I can explain that a little bit more. But it is a relationship that is built over the years on trust. It is one of friendship. It's one, frankly, of great respect, and it's one of enormous mutual benefit. So we're very proud of our state. We're very proud of our people. We came from a lot of different countries, 8 or 9 way back in the beginning, 1670. One of them was Germany. We have places named after with German names around. But we're very comfortable with our getting to know the people that we worked with in Germany. And Germany is our main trading partner. And we look forward to more. And you can see why. I can see it very easily. Being here is that this is an industrious place, and the history and the strength of the people is quite clear, and that's what we like to work with.
I like that you touched on the issue of trust, and it's actually something I would like to bring up with all of you a little bit later during this discussion, because trust is so important in these times, not just when it comes to business, but also when it comes to politics and understanding each other's perspective. Now, your company is very present in South Carolina. Is he right when he says it's wonderful being a German doing business, not just in the US, but in South Carolina? And what makes it maybe more interesting than doing business here?
Well, I think the governor is always right.
Okay, so that's how you build trust. Okay, I get it.
But let me say, we at Schaeffler, we like the US. The US has always been and hopefully will be the land of opportunity, the land of economic freedom, and the land where the big technological bets are made. Whether that's e-mobility, or whether it's AI, or whether that's humanoids, that we should never forget, the US is driving all these innovation and technology. And if I think about South Carolina, we're in South Carolina since the 60s. You know, our founders started there, their first activity. We are in Cheraw, and we are in Fort Mill. That's where we have our Americas headquarters, 2 large plants. I can say, and I don't want to, don't get this wrong, we have always been treated with respect. We have always been treated in a very efficient manner. As you said, it's a handshake country. And that makes a big difference if you want to invest, continue to invest. And that comes together with our belief that the US, and in particular South Carolina, is a growth state. It has a stable economy. It has all the things that you need if you want to go for technology, the right input factors, labor is there, energy is there, and capital is there in a sense that you get the support you need. I can only recommend South Carolina as one of the states where you want to be.
So let me just add another question. It's not just about the IRA currently for companies, it's about much more?
Well, the IRA is one thing. It's a program that is now there to drive change, and it's a good program from our sense, because from our point of view, because it's not about penalties, it's about encouragement. It's about initiative. It's about driving things forward so that people are motivated. That's what we like about the IRA, but that's not the only reason to invest in the United States. The other things that I mentioned before are, from my point of view, much more important.
Karen Ratcham, I would like to ask you about the expression he just used, the land of economic freedom. Do you find a comparable economic freedom somewhere else than in the US?
Well, I think the US is a very important market for us. I mean, we're around doing around 50 billion Daimler Truck in revenue, and around 20 of that comes from the US. So it's by far our largest single market. And I think you mentioned IRA, so maybe to use that as a very concrete example, of course it also helps us in our investment decisions. And I think around 2 years ago, we were sitting down in the board of management and we were looking at how we were going to develop our own cell production for batteries. And we started the process in the US and in Europe in parallel. In the US, we found some very strong American partners. So we partnered with PACCAR and Cummins, and we have started a joint venture. We named it Amplify. We just recently decided to place this factory in Mississippi, so it will create 2,000 jobs there, and we're just about to start construction. At the same time, we sent in an IPCEI application in Europe to the German government, then it goes to the EU. And first of all, nothing happened for around 12 months. And then the EU came back through the Germans and said, actually, we will not support this project. It's a little bit too big, and maybe you can rewrite the application.
So we enjoy doing.
Yeah, and that's not like a small job. As if anyone has written an application for these things, you know, it takes several months. So we redid the application, smaller, more just as an innovation hub, not the full-on, full-scale production. And actually, we are still waiting for the answer. So I think it says something about how we need to improve in Europe to stay competitive in the future.
Let me just ask you, for how long have you been waiting for the answer now?
Well, it depends if you count the full process or just
Let's
the
take
second.
both.
I mean, I think we sent that first one around 2 years ago, and we still waiting.
Wow, that's a long time.
But it was promising that the chancellor and the minister were both here saying we shall make these processes simpler. So I don't give up hope. I feel maybe there is a way forward, and we soon get the answer.
But it's exactly what I think the Chancellor touched on today. We don't have time. Time is an issue, right? And we need to move more quickly. Speaking of the US, nearshoring is an issue. How do you expect the ties, the transatlantic ties, to change, perhaps, due to this? And what would you expect if Donald Trump gets reelected and moves back into the White House? I know nobody really likes speaking about this and enjoys speaking about this, but I do have to raise it.
Yeah, that wasn't in the initial questionnaire, but I'll come.
Yeah, I don't stick to.
So I think first of all we need to recognize that global trade is doing much better than is sometimes talked about, and that is structurally. We have seen global trade is not outgrowing global GDP anymore, but it's also not shrinking. We're about 25% of global GDP as trade in goods and 6 to 7% in trade and services. And that has been also over the last years pretty constant. And that is also driven still by an expanding China, which I think is important to see that. Yes, the trade between China and the US has been going down because of trade barriers being built up, but China is growing significantly its export to other geographies, which I think is very relevant for many people here in the room, because the trade question is not only a question between us Europeans and Chinese or the US and Chinese, it is also very important to stay competitive globally. And I believe if you're not in China, you're not in the shark tank of cost competitiveness. And this is a big problem also in other markets if you do not expect or experience that super cost competitive market. In terms of nearshoring, the main nearshoring trend is Mexico. So for the US, I think it's very relevant. And to be honest, the US can afford it more than we can because the US is energy independent. The US is a leader in technology. The US, at least so far, due to immigration, has less of a demographic problem. So I think we should be careful to think that for Europe, we could have a similar setup than the US.
I was wondering when, Governor, when he was touching on the China issue right now, what is the take in the US on Europe's engagement, European business engagement, German business engagement in China? You know, there's been a lot of discussion about decoupling, de-risking. I'm still not sure where you draw the line, but what is the US take?
I don't know if the excuse me. I don't know if the U.S. take is unanimous. I know in my state, people are very worried about connections with China. China is not viewed with very friendly eyes in South Carolina. I think many parts of the U.S. But on the other hand, it's a big market. It's a big producer. So I think that our approach in the state is we have to be very careful. And I know there are a lot of people in our legislature who are very vocal about Chinese companies or companies that have Chinese connections, particularly new Chinese connections that are not very welcome in buying property that may be close to something involving our national security.
The CEO of a German company was mentioning a couple of months ago, and I would like to pass this on to all of you, that several companies are now relocating production sites to India, for example, even Chinese companies, because they are worried that perhaps eventually in the US the take could be, if there are Chinese parts in these products, you will not be allowed to import them to the US. Is that something you're worried about?
Well, I do think it's happening. I mean, if you look at Southeast Asia, and particularly if you look at Vietnam, if you look at Malaysia, there's significant buildup of new factories, and you see this also in the logistics market. The Vietnam air freight market was basically booked out for several months, extremely high rates, which led even some PC manufacturers, for instance, to go back to China because they couldn't find the right capacity there. So it is happening. But a lot of the parts and components still come from China. I think there's a bit of a oversimplification of these supply chains, which are, not 1 or 2 levels deep. These supply chains are 10 levels deep. And to get independent from China on the first level of final assembly and getting a good of origin that says Vietnam, for instance, is the easy bit. If you want to get independent of China to the 10th level, I think this will be so costly that it will be a major driver of inflation globally, which I think for some is a worry. But maybe not to dodge the question you posed earlier, I'm not sure, but I would like also the governor's view on this, whether from a trade policy, the difference between a continued Biden administration versus Trump is so big. I think what we fear as companies is maybe that a Trump administration could be more erratic. But I think in both parties there is a certain level of protectionism that has taken root.
Yeah, would you like to comment on that or on that worry? I think everybody would be grateful.
Well, the Trump administration for 4 years, most Americans think the results were very good. Now, sometimes people have noticed there is a difference between the persona of President Trump and what he actually does. And my own experience is that we've had a very reasonable relationship. That is, the President Trump used common sense. He had good advisors whom he listened to, and I think we made a lot of progress. There are many of us that are concerned with the situation in the world right now, and we would like a change, and I think that's why you see these huge crowds. We've never seen crowds like this before for any political candidate that are coming to see President Trump and pulling for his re-election. So I would say to those people who have concerns, there's a difference. I think the president over there said there's a difference between walking and talking. You learn more by watching somebody walk than watching them talk. And with President Trump, I learn things both ways. So I would say that I think that the concerns are probably illusory. I think there may be some actions that the rest of the world may not like, but I think most Americans will. But it's always a question of give and take. And I think the key to getting the kind of policies that any of us want is to have a relationship. In my state, it's always relationship. First thing anybody says when they meet somebody, they say, "Where are you from? Who are your parents? Is this your cousin?" That's a very simple example of a relationship. But the more you talk to people, the more you or in the case of a president or administration, have relationships. Don't write letters. Go see them, because I know the door is always open there.
Now I'm going to ask you to comment on what he said, and I know that the past couple of years, not just the last 2.5 years, have forced CEOs to become a bit more political and a bit more outspoken. Are you preparing for Trump moving back into the White House, or what is your take if this happens? I've even had business behind closed doors say, for us it wouldn't be such a big difference and we might be okay with it. I don't know what you feel about it.
Well, for sure, geopolitics have become a very important factor in decision making. And we have started to form, even before COVID, a small global affairs team here in Berlin. In fact, it's led by a former diplomat, the former US ambassador from Germany. That helps us a lot to understand what's going on, because business people typically are not trained for geopolitics. So it's very important that you have advisors, people, teams that you can listen to. That's the first observation. We do in every quarter in a board meeting a session on what's going to happen. This is a year with many, many different elections. And for sure, you would be surprised if I say no to this. For sure, we had a chart with Mr. Trump on the left-hand side and what he's going to do, and what is he expected to do, and then Mr. Biden on the other side. And there are similarities, but there are also differences. And you can now say, let's skip all what's in the news and what's there with all these sort of legal things whatsoever. But I think there's a general belief that Mr. Trump will do something that is good for the US economy. And I'm not saying this because I'm a Trumpist, I'm just saying that's the expectation, that he's going to cut taxes, that he's going to do something to fuel the US economy. And that in itself is nothing bad. Whether that comes or not, and whether it comes at a certain price, I don't know, but that's one of the beliefs. Mm-hmm. We are concerned that, on the other hand, there are certain things that maybe cut back what is, in the global scheme of things, not good, and that is everything on climate. We are big believers in our company that the climate protection, the decarbonization is something that is not just a business opportunity, but an obligation to the next generation. Yeah. And if that is jeopardized because one of the mightiest presidents in the world sets a different tone, then that is not good. So it's not black and white. I can't say that we're prepared for every scenario, but at least we have tried to understand. And that's always the first step.
Actually, you just touched on time as an issue, competitive issue, but I think there are more. And with regards to what he just said and what lies ahead, perhaps, what policy do we further need to see in Europe so that Europe can remain competitive with the US and also with China?
Well, I think it has been really touched on by many today. It's this to start doing and not discussing, which is, I think, a little bit difficult for the European DNA. And I would like to hear the summary after these 2 days. What is it now that we change very concretely to make that happen? But I think Europe can absolutely be competitive. Someone mentioned German power, and I think coming from Sweden, actually, and into Germany, one of the things that really amazed me when I arrived around 4 years ago is the level of skill of the people in the company. So we have an extremely strong educational system, engineering schools, and so on in Germany. So we have to learn to leverage that in a better way to stay competitive with innovation and not be too afraid to dare to put funding into the new technologies. In my industry, it's definitely electrification, fuel cell, hydrogen, where we just have to take some key decisions. We are ready to go, but it goes a little bit too slow.
Tobias Mayer, tariffs. The discussion around tariffs has kept everybody very busy lately. How worried are you that we might be entering a trade war on a bigger level, big scale level?
First of all, I mean, it's happening. The number of trade barriers have risen in the last years. The number, both from the number, but also the trend is accelerating. That's worrying. So we get more trade restrictions in 23 than we got in 22 as additional ones. Now, there are also areas, I think this is also important to keep in mind, that are still globalizing, that haven't been global supply chains. So we also see that still happening. Trade is astonishingly resilient. I think what worries many European companies is this impossible choosing between the US and China.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned
that. That is something that I think is, from a geopolitical perspective, extremely difficult. I think many Europeans see a role of China needed to end the war in Ukraine, which obviously for Europeans is an extremely high priority. So I think that is really an extremely difficult question, how this would evolve. For many of us, Asia has become extremely important. For many of us, we have deep supply chains also in that part of the world, and it's not only a market that we serve, but it's also, examples were given earlier, it's a source of product for other markets, not only for BMW. So I think it is a key concern that there is a further escalation and a worrying trend in the China-US relationship.
I'm really glad you raised this issue, because I could imagine that it's not easy for companies to try to balance this. Do you believe, Governor, that regardless of who becomes the next US president, European or German companies would have to choose between the US and China. Is this going to be expected of us in this relationship?
I don't know if it'd be expected. I've heard nothing like that, but I think that's a question for the Germans. But I want to, excuse me, comment on a couple of things. One is listening today, and I only heard the first two presentations, but I had not learned before that you have so many regulations that just tie you up. I really
don't want to know.
I'm proud of you to be able to do what you're doing. If you could only get untied from the post, can you imagine? But we had a company, Mark Anthony Brewers, that make White Claw, hard lemonade, or those sorts of things. They came into Colombia, and from signing the deal that we would do it till they opened the door, it's a $100 million, I don't remember how many hundreds of millions, huge plant, was less than 1 year. Mm-hmm. And that's how we like to do it. The second thing on the environment, I'm very proud. South Carolina has become a model of commerce, conservation, and preservation. And we're in the business now of seeing that we preserve a lot of our land for the future, because we got people coming in from all over the place to live.
And you didn't mention the beautiful Spanish moss.
That's right. That's in the low country, nowhere else.
Yeah.
But we're trying to protect those lands. We have a lot of parks. We've passed a law that allows family farms to receive tax benefits and protection so they can stay family farms, and we don't build housing projects in them and those sorts of things. So we're very conscious, I think, of what you're speaking of. But I think that some of the disappointment in the U.S. is that these things seem to be going so fast that some people wonder if we're not tearing up what we have in order to try to get something that, if given time to arrive, given a little more time, not being in a hurry, we'd be able to preserve what we have, build on it, and enter into this new area. So it's not a question of if, but it's a question of when and exactly how much, to what extent.
I have one more question for you and then one for all of you as a last question. How would you balance the China-US issue that he just mentioned?
Well, we are in both big markets present, and without answering too long, I think the way to balance or the key to balance is this localization. That's also the only way how you get out of this spiral in more protectionism and more protectionism. So we try to localize our businesses, both in the US and both in China, and learn from what's going on in these markets, but try to keep them as much as independent as possible. However, when I just think about the strategy dialogue that now comes in 2 weeks, it is very interesting to see how intensively our Chinese colleagues talk to our US colleagues to exchange on what's going on from a technology point of view. So we are still a global company. We like the regions, and we like the constant exchange of the best ideas.
Mm-hmm. Last question for all of you is referring back to your speech. You touched on history a lot, and there's a saying in history, those that don't know history are doomed to repeat it. What mistakes should we not make now that have been made in history in the past in order to keep up a minimum level of trust in a polarized world?
I can start. I think trade barriers are the wrong solution for the problems we see in the world today. I liked what Minister Habeck mentioned, that you have to travel, you have to engage in dialogue, and that he also mentioned the perspective of the Chinese and how they look on Europe. So I think we as business leaders have to be role models. We should continue to travel, we should continue to engage in dialogue, and we should continue to encourage politicians and decision makers to open up the world rather than trying to make it more closed and more country focused.
Well, let me add to this from our little perspective as a supplier. If you are in the supply industry, we certainly supply Daimler trucks,
And I supply DHL.
Yeah, sure. We all supply to each other. You learn to do boxing and dancing at the same time. That's
as in many relationships.
Because you need to handle these relationships. It's not always pleasant, but if that is done on a trustful basis, it works. Boxing and dancing at the same time does not work if there's a sound foundation of trust. And our experience is you start to trust each other if you know each other. So building sort of trustful, trustworthy relationships has very much to do with an exchange. And that may work over a video, but as you said, the most important thing that you sit together, that you spend time with each other, you learn how the other side thinks, and if that can also be used in the global arena, it will make certain things much easier.
So since talking about mistakes in history from a Berlin German perspective might take too long, I would also focus on the positive experience that we just recently had, which very much is in line with what the colleague said, which is the development of vaccines during the pandemic. I mean, this was an extremely complex problem that, you know, mankind, also with contributions from many states and companies and ethnicities, people of different faiths, achieved. You know, if you look at the story of BioNTech, for instance, those founders who came to our country and built this wonderful company. And for us, still something that I'm mentally and emotionally quite touched with, that we were allowed as DHL to bring these vaccines, the first batch of vaccines, to Israel. And thereby have them participate in this innovation and this savior. I think these are the positive examples we should look at to collaborate jointly and keep the world open.
Governor, as you said, you enjoyed coming to Berlin the first time, and when you're in Berlin, it's always like walking through history. Yeah.
That's right, it sure is. On your question, I'd say a couple of very simple rules. One is, if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. So we have to know what we're dealing with and what the costs are. You remember the young carpenter who said, I cut it off twice and it's still too short. You remember that? Well, another one is we have to know what we're doing. And there's another expression that says it's not what he knows that bothers me, it's what he knows that ain't so. Well, if we have relations, if we talk to each other, you can't do it on a video. You just can't do it. And it takes travel, it takes us a lot of trouble to get up and go to some of these places. But if we're going to succeed, that's what we're going to have to do. Because if you can walk across the street and talk to someone and make a friend, chances are you're not going to get in a fight. It's the same thing with everybody sitting in this room with everybody else in the rest of the world. So while I'm here, let me invite everybody here to South Carolina. I've talked to the mayors just yesterday of Charleston, of Greenville, of Columbia, of Myrtle Beach, North Myrtle Beach, and North Charleston, and they say they're ready for you whenever you want to come. And if you are serious and you want to have a meeting and you want to bring a group, you just let us know. We'll set it up with them, or we'll do it in Columbia at the mansion, and we'd love to have you. And I will be back.
Wish we had our Vice Chancellor, Economics Minister here now. Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you. That was boxing and dancing. And yeah, thank you. Let me guide you off the stage, please, because thank you. Okay, thank you. And I'll hand over the stage to Ina.
That was really interesting. Thank you very much for this. Wir switchen jetzt wieder über ins
So let's
Deutsche.
switch back to German.
Und, schön, dass Sie wieder so zahlreich da sind.
Great that there are so many of you here after that little excursion to the outside before. We've been talking a lot about the United States, you've just heard. We've looked to see what works well there and, of course, what challenges there might be in the next few months. And, of course, after the election, we talked about that. But we also thought And we've mentioned it today, we don't always have to look so far away. In Germany as well, we have many positive examples. Let's look to see where things have been working out quite well. And I think the next person that we're going to ask up onto the stage has at least one case where you could say that's worked pretty well, and we're going to ask him about the status quo and what's working and what isn't. First Minister of Saxony-Anhalt, Rainer Haseloff. Welcome.
Kommen Sie gerne zu mir.
Do come to me.
Von welchem Projekt habe ich wahrscheinlich gesprochen?
What project was I probably talking about?
Daimler Truck.
Daimler
Richtig.
Truck.
Genau, gut, dass Sie es gesagt
Right.
haben.
Good job you said that.
Das stimmt. Das
Yes,
stimmt.
in Halberstadt, they're doing this global distribution center there, and they came to Saxony-Anhalt. Of course, things can get off the ground here in Germany.
Ja, und
That doesn't stop us going to South
tatsächlich
Carolina.
mit der Elektrowelle
And
einiges
Daimler
zu
Truck
bieten
has
und
quite a
einiges
lot
zu
with
anschauen.
its
Die werden wahrscheinlich noch
electric
einiges entwickeln.
transmission, and I'm sure they're going to be developing more, or have to develop more.
Lassen Sie uns ganz kurz über dieses kleine Thema
But
Intel
let's
sprechen.
talk a little bit
Da geht's 30
about
Milliarden.
that.
Sie
We're
alle
talking
kennen
about
auch den
30 billion.
Case.
You'll be
Das,
familiar with the
Unternehmen
case
wird
that
sich in Magdeburg ansiedeln.
the company is going to be based in Magdeburg. How far have things got? Well, the other activities are happening in Brussels, of course. We have to look at the final modification. Everything else we've done, we've been able to do, we've done. We're developing the sites, we're working with the universities. We've established new positions, we have a recruiting company at work. And certainly we'll be turning the sod in the next few months. It does depend a little bit on how capable Brussels is of doing its job. We're talking about the billions there. Yeah? Well, originally it was going to be 7 to 8 billion, and then the investment sum was 20 billion or just under. Now we've got to over 30 billion. We're talking about 10. The investment quota has sunk, so the equity that the company will have is now bigger. At the same time, we know, in terms of the global economy, how business is at the moment, and I'm sure that's been an issue for you today here. That if you look at chip production, how decisive that's going to be, we've got 3% of the global production here in Europe. So basically, we've lost our trousers. So, pants, I think you say in American. So we need a bit more independence with technologies that, especially the up to 3 nanometers, which is important for the transistors. We can do it in Europe because we've got the lithium in the Netherlands, and it can't be exported to China. This comes back to Biden as well because it's strategic. It's relevant to security technology and military technology. So we've been talking to the heads of groups here. They've all raised these issues. Of course, the rules of the game are quite different. And we're in the sandwich in the middle of it, and we have to make sure we don't get squashed, that we can develop out of our own resources and have something of the pie for ourselves. But so many sectors depend on this technology, important sectors. Most of it is in Asia, predominantly in Taiwan. And the Chinese have been sending planes over there to circle over the island. We see that on the news sometimes. And it's clear that we have no other opportunity. It's not a Magdeburg project. Europe issued the invitation, and then in the ranking of 60 locations, they filtered it down first to Germany and then to Magdeburg. So the first announcement came from Ursula von der Leyen, then came through the German Chancellor to me, to make it clear that this is not a local initiative, that this is to do with the European strategy.
Aber ich glaube, Sie spielen gerade Ihre
But
Rolle
I think
darin ein
you're
bisschen klein, weil Sie hatten schon auch noch
you're downplaying yourself a bit, because Magdeburg, you said, is attractive enough. Well, of course, there are lots of parameters that you have to get right. Some are German parameters, energy prices, that kind of thing. Don't have to discuss that. We heard about that with the Chancellor today. I'm sure he mentioned all the factors and the things he wants to do. Final negotiations were conducted at the Chancellery, and so we're talking about not just developing the site. We're also contributing a lot of money in Saxony-Anhalt. I'm not going to tell you how much. Sorry, shame about that. For a state with 2.2 million inhabitants, it's not an easy sum to drum up, and it requires confidence in the company. So for the next 30 or 40 years and beyond, we will have this biotope, which will be important for the whole of Germany, for the new eastern states in general, just to show that we don't only think in terms of local activities, local councils, but a bit more regionally. So you're taking the money and investing it because you can see the derived impact. What would you prefer to see now? People moving in to the research site? Well, of course, the first thing would have to be that of the many parameters that had to be checked out, we were able to tick almost all the boxes. There isn't so much land available in Germany, is there? Yes, we had to shift a few things because of the archaeology, and we didn't want a delay to occur because of that. But it shows that such big investments, it would have showed that such big investments can no longer be placed in Germany. Where would you put them? Baden-Württemberg would have problems. We had to demonstrate that it was possible, and the parameters made us decide things. For example, we only have the amount of labour we've got, but most of them aren't commuting on the motorway every day. We know that in the automotive section, we have a lot of companies that would no longer be competitive after a while. So the philosophy of Intel isn't the chip is a black box, let's just sell it as a black box, but to talk to the potential future companies that will be using it and to develop it together with them. So 2/3 of the site in Magdeburg are already being used by suppliers that Intel wants to have there, not just anywhere, but really on the doormat. So they're not going to have logistic problems or even political problems. So one company is pulling in the others. Intel is committed as well to research. I think 1.2 million has been invested in the university, and of course that attracts foreign students too. In that connection, especially after the European elections, it's important to look at the political landscape in Eastern Germany. Well, first of all, we have to talk about Europe, because the whole of Europe is on a path where I would say it's in almost all the elections of the last 3 years, there's been a shift to the right. So if you can say you're wearing a pale blue dress, it's not a political statement, let me say that quite clearly. I'm assuming it wasn't. But we need to be clear about that, because you immediately mentioned Eastern Germany. And Bert Gelsinger has very close links with me for some years. We want to do this together. He knows what my views are politically. He knows what I have stabilized in the region. And in most elections that we've had in West Germany as well, we're seeing the pale blue increasing its vote compared with the CDU. So, and there's a lot less of a gap between the CSU in Bavaria and the pale blue party than it is in our state. So if we're going to be honest as among Germans, we need to be clear about what is going wrong in terms of the communication. If the whole country which since 1945 has been pursuing, especially the part that's had democratic structure since 1945. How come this party was founded in West Germany after those many decades of successful economics? How come someone hits upon this idea of founding a party and then trying to win over people living in the eastern part of the country? I think we need to be a little bit more, go into more depth about some of these questions. And that's why the site in Saxony-Anhalt is correct. Because regardless of what happens, we're going to have an election in 26, and something will change at federal level too. At least there are only 20% of the population at the moment who like the coalition. The demoscopic experts have been suggesting that we need to do something about that. I know the Chancellor came to see you today. He's recently been to Wittenberg. We had a meeting of Eastern ministers recently, East German ministers. Habeck has come to see us. All the others are coming tomorrow. Mr. Lindner as well. So if we can't sort this out, we have to arouse people's attention for this. And I have a responsibility. This is a national challenge, and we have to take it more seriously. Regardless of what's happening globally, as your other experts have been talking about, we need to make a profit so that this money can now be earned in Germany and not in other places. That can't stay as it is at the moment. One last little question. If you could pass on a message to the other first ministers of other federal states about how you lured this multi-billion investment, what would you say? Well, I made it a chancellery issue, and the whole team were involved in the negotiations. So it was a political agreement that we met with the companies. We said this has to be a top issue for all the politicians and it's working quite well. And that applies to Brussels too, because almost every day we're having to make decisions and we need that speed. And to make sure this European project doesn't fail, which would really damage Europe, every day, as long as I've got the energy, we have to push this to make sure that by summer 2026 this is all up and running. And for my colleagues during their state elections, I wish them every success. I hope we manage to achieve a stable centre or secure a stable centre. Everyone can contribute to that as far as the mood's concerned. Put out some positive messages. Germany isn't lost. Tell people we're not that bad. So let's carry on doing that work regardless of how our national team does in the Euro Championships. Thank you, Mr. Haseloff. Thank you for being with us today. Thank you very much. Now, of course, we're all assuming that the next match will end positively for us and the German team will get as far as possible. And at this point, I will hand over to my colleague.
Letzte Panel für den heutigen Tag. Vielen Dank, dass Sie alle noch da sind.
Last panel for the day. I'm glad you're still with us, and I'm going to switch to English because the next panel will be in English.
There's something said in these times, and it's that Europe needs to become more sovereign. But what does that actually mean, and how sovereign can Europe be in a new world order, and what will the new world order look like? What is possible with regards to sovereignty, with regards to access to raw materials, or to the resilience of supply chains, or also defense? I would like to talk about this, investing in sovereignty, a new single market for a new world order. And I would like to ask my panelists to come up here on stage, Professor Dr. Isabel Schnabel, Niels Alder, Christian Sewing, and Frederick Persson. Warm welcome to all of you. Good to have you here. This is a really interesting mix, and I'm looking forward to having different perspectives. And I actually would like to begin the panel discussion with your take basically on the title, Investing in Sovereignty, a New Single Market for a New World Order. What is the New World Order going to look like, and how sovereign can Europe actually really be if we look at this realistically? Oh, you okay?
Oh, sorry.
No, women first. let's do
sorry,
women
I thought
first.
you.
I'm happy if you're so talkative.
So it is mic on. Can you hear me well? Yes. Yeah. So I'm sorry. I thought you were looking at me. So first of all, let me thank you for having me on this panel. I would also like to make one remark before I answer your question, which is I was actually delighted to see that today at this event we talked so much about Europe, because I've had other events where everything is focusing only on German issues, and I think that is absolutely necessary that we think in terms of European solutions, and that is actually also related to your question. I mean, of course, the world has changed quite a bit. It has become less open, less safe. It's starting to question things like multilateralism, free trade. This is a world that is very different from what we had some years ago. And I would like to make the point that one of the ways to deal with that is to exploit the potential that Europe has. And this is most of all the single market, which has been one of the sources of prosperity for Europe and especially for Germany. But we also know that there's still a lot of potential there that could be reaped, and that would be my answer to your question.
How sovereign do you think Europe can be in the end?
How sovereign? Mm-hmm. Well, so what is clear is that Europe is connected to the rest of the world. It will always be connected to the rest of the world, and we know about the particular dependence on China. But of course, we have a lot of international trade, and we will never be able to be only inward looking. But in order to retain some sovereignty, we need to be taken seriously, and that requires a certain, let's say, size and importance, and that means we must speak with the European voice. So even Germany, which is the biggest country in Europe, is not large enough. So we need to speak with the European voice, and then we can retain some sovereignty.
The New World Order, what's your take on it? What will it look like?
Well, I think, first of all, we can be very much sovereign. I mean, we are 450 million in the European Union, and if we finally get in various industries, by the way, far beyond the banking industry, to one single market, to one real single market, then, to be honest, we are just from the consumers, from the size of the market, from the innovation capability, from the engineering we have in this region, we can be stronger than the US, and we should never forget that. And therefore, you know, I think it's really important also what we heard from our predecessor, that we talk about the opportunities, that we talk about the potential. There are still a lot of investors actually who want to invest into the European Union, but it's hard for them to invest because we have 27 different markets. And of course, if you then have the choice between the US with one market, so to say one framework, and you have 27 on the other end, well, guess what, where the money is flowing. And that's and therefore I do believe that actually if we finally can overturn it and really see the European Union as one market across the industries, then there is huge potential. And that does not mean, by the way, that we need to not benefit from global trade agreements, from globalization. Globalization will look different. But most important is that in the next step, we are enhancing our home market. And home market cannot be Germany on its own, as you said. It must be Europe. And then we can be actually quite strong. If you do this, then you know what? It's only the next meter that we finally get that one, what we all need, and that's the capital markets union, because we need to finance all these investments, and that we can only do with one capital markets union. So I think if we are brave enough, if we take the right decisions, Europe can actually, even in this difficult world, can actually rise, because underlying a lot of investors like actually to invest into European companies.
Now, you were saying they like to invest in Europe, and while you were saying this, I was wondering, they like Europe, do they still like Germany? Because I've been told by some that they have to start giving explanations to shareholders why they invest in Europe or in European plants or in German plants, actually, rather German than European. Is that something you've heard, you've been confronted with?
There is certainly so to say a second thought about Germany for the time being, but you know, on a macro level, they are looking at Germany slightly different than before. There is no doubt, and we need structural changes. And I'm sure, and we heard it from all the speeches before, that actually there is a lot of agreement on structural changes, but somehow it's hard to implement. Now, what they really like is actually on the micro. If you look into the individual companies, if you look into the innovations, I mean, we have CEOs here being very successful with their products. So they like Germany in particular from a micro point of view. What we need to change are macro structural changes. If we do this, we shouldn't underestimate that investors, at the end of the day, their main goal is to diversify their investments. And diversification means that they don't want to put everything into the US or into Asia Pacific. They need a viable European play. And with regard to Germany, they actually like, despite what we just heard, and I take Mr. Hasauff's concerns really seriously, investors are actually looking also at the political landscape. Because one thing is clear, next to diversification, at the end of the day, investors give their money there where there is a stable, legal and democratic framework. We all cannot afford to lose that. If we lose that, then we are actually losing investments from the outside.
Maybe we can talk about this and the implications of the European elections a bit further on during this panel. Now, he just referenced to your company, which is a hydrogen startup. If I understood correctly, your company manufactures machines for hydrogen production. Would you found a company again in Germany?
Big yes, with an exclamation mark behind it. And I think our company is actually a good example of international investors being willing to invest in German companies. We have successfully raised around 1 billion euro. About half of it is equity. There's a bunch of debt instruments from the European Investment Bank, for example, some governmental grants and bank guarantee facilities. The single biggest investor we have is GIC, a Singaporean state fund that invested roughly a tenth of the money. Another investor is Amazon from the US. So I think Sunfire is a proof that international investors like to invest in innovative companies in Europe, and those investments are relatively recent, so I would say they still do it. This is not 14 years ago when we were founded, but actually a lot earlier. The second, or one of the reasons when I discuss with them why they like to invest in German companies is because I think sometimes different from how we see ourselves internationally, we're still seen as a place on this planet with exceptional mechanical engineering and plant engineering capabilities. And if I would describe the biggest USP that we have is we're actually located in Eastern Germany, which is still one of the places in Germany with the best engineers. We are in a state that receives significant attention and political support. And so to cut it short, I think I would have done this, or I would do this again in Germany, and maybe especially in Eastern Germany, because there's still a lot of attention to what we do there.
That's really interesting with reference to the talk Ina just had. May I ask you how much of your capital actually comes from Germany and Europe, and how much from other continents?
That's difficult from the top of my head, but I would say probably something like 35% is probably non-European. The rest comes from Europe, and a lot of it comes from the UK and from France. Less from Germany, to be honest.
I'm just asking because this morning I think it was the Chancellor that raised the issue that it's not easy enough for founders, startup founders, to have access to capital. what is your take right now on how sovereign Europe can be? And then maybe in the second round, I'll ask you about the perception of other foreigners, of Germany especially, and Europe.
Thank you, Isabel. First of all, I mean, thank you, all of you, staying so late following the fire exercise and everything. You've listened a lot to politicians this day, and I honestly hope that they listen as much to you as industrialists and entrepreneurs, because I think that is the key message for me. Sovereign or not, for me, it's all about the competitiveness, because that's what it boils down to. Europe is falling behind. We might say that there are great companies to invest in, but there are too few. If we look at the statistics, in the last 3 years, foreign direct investments are down by 2/3 in Europe. And then you're going to say, well, it's the pandemic and what have you not. At the same time, in the US, they're up by 2/3. So something grim is happening. When we ask the membership of Business Europe, which represents some 20 million companies across Europe, 9 out of 10 say that Europe is now less investable than it was 3 years ago. That is a grim number.
That's a wake-up call. Huh?
And also, if you look at the GDP growth in the last 2 decades, I mean, this is not about business cycle. It's not about the pandemic. It's not about the Russian war in Ukraine. It's structural. In the last 2 decades, the US has grown GDP by 60%, Europe by 30%, which in my view, sovereign, green, digital or not, all that will be academical if we cannot get growth back to Europe. And growth back to Europe, is about the industrial backbone of Europe. An industrial backbone that runs through Finland, Sweden, Germany, Switzerland, Austria, Czech Republic, down to northern Italy. If we don't get that backbone delivering, we will not succeed and we will fall behind, and there will be no money for the politicians to spend. And that's why I say, I hope they listen to you as much as you listen to them. And as Siegfried said, you're such a strong voice, BDI, in Brussels. You really bang the drum, you bang it early in the best interest of industry, and it's all about the speed, because today will be the slowest day for industry looking forward. Thank you.
I'd like to dive a little bit deeper with you into this issue. We've talked a lot about Europe, the hopes for Europe today, the single market, the necessities for reforms and change, but one issue has not been raised today, and that is the possibility for the EU to actually act. Do you have any hope that that will change and that the EU will be able to find a quicker pace, quicker decisions?
I think there's been a big change in the last 24 months. How weird it can sound, but I think the US IRA was a wake-up call that made the Commission realize that they had to move faster. Because they were all stuck in regulating anything around green, and then suddenly they see someone on the other side of the Atlantic are really pushing for competitiveness, ease of doing business, and through that creating a lot of growth, jobs, and technological advantages. And they've moved. Have they moved fast enough? But for sure, they have started moving. So I'm positive by heart, and there's no alternative. Honestly, look at Britain. So EU is the solution. We just need to do it a bit better and faster.
Yeah, I'm asking you because there's been a lot of discussion about the decision-making processes within the EU, which take quite a while, right?
I think they can if they want to. You have to kick them quite a lot. Thanks for that, BDI. And we need to be more to do it. And I think we need a strong voice of industry so they realize that we're doing this for the best interest of Germany, the best interest of Europe, and the best interest of competitiveness.
Yeah, I wanted to comment on something that Frederick just said, also about the speed. I mean, let's not forget, actually the reaction to the pandemic was pretty strong and pretty quick. And let's not forget, there we established a new program. Some of you may see it critically, but it was a big program, Next Generation EU, which is there in order to foster investment in Europe. So, I mean, we all talk about the IRA, but the Next Generation EU is not all that different. And that came about in record speed, I would say. Let's see whether it's as successful as we all hope. Because that is, of course, crucial also in order to convince people that maybe a similar thing could eventually be reconsidered. But that was actually a big step that was taken very quickly. And on the productivity and competitiveness question, I think you said it very rightly that this didn't start after the pandemic. It started basically 30 years ago. If you look at the numbers and you compare the productivity growth in the US and in Europe, you see that in the middle of the 90s already the divergence started. Before that, Europe was actually catching up, and Europe was at the productivity frontier in the middle of the 90s. But that then changed, and so part of it, if you also consider the evolution over time, seems to be related to a reduction in competition and a reduction in business dynamism. So we have too little entry of new firms, but also too little exit of firms. People are always, I mean, when you hear numbers of bankruptcies going up, people are always very, very concerned. But of course, part of that is needed in the sense of Schumpeter's creative destruction. Some of these bankruptcies are actually needed.
Thank you. Okay. She just mentioned the IRA. I think you founded your company before the IRA. Would not even the IRA have lured you into the US to found your company there?
The company was founded substantially earlier. It was founded actually in 2010. I'm going to break away a bit from the role that I normally take, which of course is also to ask for things and complain a bit. But before the IRA came, there was actually a speech from Ursula von der Leyen talking about the man on the moon moments we need in Europe. And one of the man on the moon moments, she said, was green hydrogen. We need to support green hydrogen, we need to invest into it, and so on. So Europe actually has spent something like 4 billion euros in spending into the green hydrogen industry, and has managed within, I don't know, 3-4 years to actually be in the position that we still have one of the strongest green hydrogen industries in the world. So I think it's not all bad, and there's a couple of good examples. You've just mentioned couple of good examples where we in Europe are actually able to successfully drive forward things and do that at substantial scale. So what has been achieved in my industry, in the green hydrogen industry, was incredible. It was unimaginable in 2019, and look where we are in 2024. Are we going to be successful? Obviously, no one is able to tell that, but what I can tell you is what we need optimism, we need self-confidence, and we need passion, and we need to continue, and next to passion, we also need patience, because those things are not easy, and I'm starting to hear the voice of people saying, yeah, but is it actually going to happen, and it's too expensive, and so on. I think we need to continue moving, continue investing, we need to be brave, we need to look at the strength we have in this country, and tell positive stories. Of course, there's a lot of things that are not working well, but we've talked a lot about what has to be done to improve those today, and I think from the narrative, that's what we need to focus on.
So from what you've just said, may I assume that you believe Ursula von der Leyen deserves a second term at the top of the EU Commission?
Maybe she does. What is important is that we speak too much about all the things that are negative around us, and I think we should not forget the things that are well and try and repeat those things, and I think she did a good job in 2020 with her speech, and then with a lot of things that were part of the Green Deal. And now we need to continue that with probably an industrial deal, making sure that we're not only doing a positive thing for the climate, but also doing a positive thing for our industry, which I think is a very important second element.
We were actually, and then I know you want to comment on it, but we were actually talking about this morning the fact or the question whether other countries will be willing to send their hydrogen to Germany, or whether they would like to participate in value creation more in their own countries.
I think it should be both, right? It's clear that in Europe we will not produce the entire energy that we need. That's clear, so we will have to import. What is important to us as a company is that we're not just importing the energy, but that we're also thinking about participating in the industry of producing the machines. I think we have the skills for that in that country. It's worth investing in the topic and making sure that we not only buy energy from outside, but actually make sure that we also benefit from a job perspective, from a value creation perspective.
No, I just wanted to a little bit clean up with the myth of the IRA. There is a lot of money involved, that is not the question. But if you ask the CEOs of large companies who are actually participating in the IRA, it's not first and foremost because of the money. It is because of the speed and the simplification in the US to invest. Guess what? If I'm going into the supervisory board of my company and I'm proposing an investment in the US or in Europe, and I can do it in the US in a way that I'm positive cash flow after 2.5 years, and in Europe it takes me 5 or 6 years, guess what, where I'm going? Yeah. So the real issue in the US, it's a very business-minded, very business-oriented, and with less bureaucracy driven approach. That's what we need. That's number one. Number two, I think we have to learn also again, in particular in Europe, and in particular in this country, to change our attitude to work. I really do believe that in this regard, we are a little bit dishonest to ourselves. And it starts with us in the companies that we need to think about that, you know, if you are in a position that you are not growing and in a certain region, that actually you need to change, you need to restructure, and it also means that you work simply harder. It's the same in business line like it is in sports. If you are not competitive, you have to work harder, and that's what we need to do. And that brings me to the third point, and that is a joint task, in my view, of the politicians, but also of us corporate leaders, and that is honesty. I think the society also in Germany and Europe can actually digest honesty and true statements. But we are not talking about the real challenges. Nobody is talking about that we actually need to change the way we are saving our money or we are paying into our pension plans if we really want to have safe pensions in 15 or 20 years. And in order to have that, we need to have a growth rate of 2.5%. And therefore, let's talk about this. I think people in the street, the society, actually, they deserve the truth. If they get this, I think we can also change the way we're working here.
But how will the truth play out in elections and federal elections?
No, I think it's always, I know it's difficult, but I think if you combine it with solutions and if you say how you want to make yourself, so to say, growing again, then I do believe you also have a chance to tell people that potentially for the next 3 or 4 years, you also need to save money in certain buckets, and that we are not only can answer all the, or can only go via debt increases with regard to certain responses. I really do believe that we need to have a fair discussion, and obviously truth also always means that you need solutions, and these solutions should be explained. And I'm still of the opinion what you can do in a private company overall you can also do with a broader society.
Can I just ask you if you agree with him on the aspect of brutal honesty? I read this morning in the Financial Times, and I hope I'm quoting this correctly, that in France, we're looking forward to the snap elections, and I wonder what that's going to bring for European integration and working together in Europe with regards to single market, that French trust Marine Le Pen's party most when it comes to the economy. So what's happening here?
I think people are smarter at times than the politicians think. I think people are noticing this change across Europe, and they're feeling an uncertainty towards is there growth? Will there be a future for my kids? Will there be a job to go to? And when they also see a lot of initiative, which is basically leveraging coming generations due to the lack of economic growth, I think people are already sort of polling this, so it's already happening. And again, I think the solution to this will be honestly to get the growth back, and people will feel more confident again. You cannot sort of blame people to vote another way.
Yeah, what you were just mentioning reminds me of what went on in the US before Trump was elected first time as president. So do you feel that Europe has the speed and the capacity to develop a strong single market before we head down that same direction, or is it too late?
Honestly, look at the people in this room. Of course we do. it is, the single market is a great thing. It's 450 million consumers. We need to unleash the power of the single market. I think there is a study out showing that we could unleash some 700 billion in value by taking away the hindrance we have in it already. I mean, that's equal to the recovery fund. So of course we have a huge possibility, but companies need the right circumstances to get there. And that is affordable energy, it's, to your point, less bureaucracy, and faster permitting times. I think that will unleash the power of European industry.
But give you one example where actually you can see that Europe is making progress without going through an election. I mean, this coalition is the first one in Germany who actually says we need to go for a capital markets union. If you think the progress on securitizations, which we did over the last 12 months, it's actually notable. The way the regulator works with the Private Bank Association plus Brussels on securitization is very, very promising. So we can do it. If we really focus on the 4 or 5 items which we need to pull through, Europe can do it without any elections with outcomes which potentially we all don't want.
Yeah, the Chancellor was talking about access to finance and how important it was this morning, actually. I would like to let him speak because he's been waiting patiently for quite a while now.
I don't want to repeat too much what has been said before. I just wanted to tell a small anecdote. We have an all-hands meeting with the 700 people in my company every month, and out of those 700, I think 500 are located in Eastern Germany, and I think 200 are blue-collar workers. And my comms team knows that. They, at some point in time, came to me and said, "You're always sounding too positive. It's almost too hard to believe this." And don't worry, we can actually take the truth. Yeah? And we've, in our own company, actually turned more towards painting the picture where we want to get, but be substantially more transparent and open about the things that don't work. And I can tell you this has very much changed the spirit in our company, because people feel part of, or this is changing the culture in the company because people feel part of what is happening. So I think, and I had this thought that you mentioned this morning when I heard the speeches of some of the politicians, we could be a bit more open about the hard truth that we're facing in order to stay or to have a prosperous future here in Europe. And just one final sentence, really not to repeat what has been said before, we don't have an alternative to a single European market. That's another brutal truth. If we lose that, there's I think, no chance for anyone here in Europe.
I'd like to ask you about the political landscape a little bit later on, but you've been waiting patiently as well. And then I have another question for you, actually.
So the question was whether Europe can still deliver. And I mean, of course, we've seen in the election that there was a polarization, but fortunately, the center still holds. And so I'm also optimistic that we will be able to deliver on the projects. You mentioned the Green Deal, you mentioned the Capital Markets Union, and so there I'm also optimistic. I mean, on the single market, I think what we have to acknowledge is that, I mean, when it comes to things like harmonization, it's often something that is very tedious. And you know, it's not where you kind of get a lot of enthusiasm from your voters, and this is what I think makes it so hard. The other thing is that, and if we think about Capital Markets Union, for example, that often the member states of the European Union, they seem to think that they are competing against each other, but they're really competing together against with the rest of the world. And I think this is actually very important. I mean, at European level, there's so many debates on, you know, who gets what, and so how some cake is split. But it's really about increasing the European cake, and that is what we should focus on, and not on intra-Europe discussions, which I think often don't lead anywhere.
I'd like to ask you, when it comes to the competitiveness of European companies, often the ECB is mentioned and the question is raised, what can the ECB do to raise competitiveness, to boost competitiveness and boost productivity? But I think you have to put this into perspective with the mandate the ECB actually has. So where do you see the options? Where do you see the limitations?
Well, so it's certainly not the standard task of a central bank to foster competitiveness and productivity. So we have a clear mandate. Our mandate is price stability, and the best contribution that we can have for a healthy business environment is that we provide macroeconomic stability. So that is kind of the key part. Of course, there are other things we do. I mean, if we think about European supervision, for example, I mean, there, of course, when we create a level playing field among the institutions, that also has an effect on, competition, competitiveness, and so on. Hopefully, a good one. You're smiling. Or
he knows I'm passing him the next question.
Think about payments. I mean, of course, there is this whole debate about, the international role of the euro, which is very important for competitiveness. There is the innovation in payments, also related to the digital euro. So there are also issues where we contribute to competitiveness and productivity, but our primary mandate clearly is price stability.
Mm. So I assume you know that you're getting the next question. Because we had a few rounds together already at the TDE here in the past few years. She mentioned the word level playing field. And if we think about a level playing field and European competitiveness, we have to put this into perspective with other systems and other economic systems and other mandates of other central banks. So is the ECB's mandate still fit for this time?
Well, first of all, let's be clear. We did 85% everything correct since 2008, in particular in the banking industry, to better regulate the banks. We were not well regulated, and I think the ECB did overall a good job in making sure that now we have a solid, a robust, and a profitable banking system. So it would be completely wrong to not talk about that. Mm-hmm. Now, sometimes the last 15%, though, are exactly the competitive edge which we don't have. And therefore, I very much support that, what Isabel said. We need a level playing field, in particular with the US. Yeah. And if we look at capital requirements, at other requirements, I would say that there is room for improvement and that we should review that. Look what is just happening in the UK, by the way. Yeah. A broad review of regulatory standards in the UK without losing robustness and stability of the banks. But we need to look at this. And if we have the joint agreement that this is something where also the European regulator and Brussels is willing to do that, and that's my understanding, that we are on the right way. So, it's always the same in life. If you had a crisis like 2008, obviously you do the necessary things, but then sometimes the balance is not that right anymore. And therefore, the word competitiveness, and that we need to have that whenever we think about regulation, is, I think, something where in Europe we can do better, but I'm hopeful that we get there.
But just let me ask you again, because I really want to make sure I get this right. Are you implying that you see room for flexibility with regards to the mandate of the ECB? And these
Not with regard to the mandate of the ECB. I think we have to be very careful, and the ECB has a very clear mandate. Now we need to think about it as a monetary side, as a regulatory side. Overall, when it comes to regulation in Europe, I do believe that with regard to level playing field and being competitive with others, I think there is something where we need to work on, yes.
Would you like to comment on the flexibility of a mandate?
So that's a point I probably don't fully agree. I mean, I agree with you that we've done many good things after the global financial crisis. And I mean, I think we shouldn't forget that it was a major achievement that the big crises that we've gone through over the past years have not led to financial instability in the euro area. I mean, that is of course the result of regulation and of supervision. I would be very cautious.
And some good homeworks by the banks, right?
Sure. I wouldn't disagree. But I would be very cautious in rolling any of that back, because I think we are precisely on the right track. And on the level playing field there, I would hope for the US to make further steps rather than us rolling back.
We're almost running out of time. I have a last question for all of you, but I need to throw this question at you before I throw the last one at everyone. what will happen, because you both now were mentioning the financial crisis and how the central banks worldwide or globally acted in concert, what will happen when they stop acting in sync? What would that mean for the European single market when central banks don't align their policy and don't act in sync anymore, like we saw after the financial crisis?
What do you mean, in monetary policy or?
In interest rate policy. Interest rate policy, for example.
So there has been a lot of discussion about a potential divergence of monetary policy between the euro area and the US. So far this hasn't really played out that much because and it's quite interesting that the macroeconomy is not all that similar, but on the inflation side it actually doesn't look all that different. And this is why, even though there may be a slight divergence which is temporary, overall I'm not so sure that is actually going to happen. I mean, if it happens, I mean, of course it has an impact also then on the exchange rate and other things, but these are mechanisms then that then deal with the divergence. And all that, of course, then feeds again into our own analysis. And so I'm not so concerned.
Okay, I'm asking, I didn't want this to turn into a dialogue, but for so many people in this room, the level of the interest rates and for so many, businesses that you're affiliated with is just important, right?
Yeah, but I think we are all used to have, I mean, to be honest, I mean, there is never a completely sync monetary policy of the US, don't forget Japan, UK, ECB. At the end of the day, this is then the market, and this is, by the way, while market participants like capital markets banks are there, actually, in order to help the clients to navigate through that. So, to be honest, that doesn't worry me at all. That's a result of where the economies are, and we can provide all kinds of solutions for that.
Okay, so we'll see where this takes all of us. Last question is about trust. Trust is an issue that has been raised in the panel before. And I was wondering what trust is necessary, or what is necessary to establish more trust in the European single market?
I think for me it's very much about the level playing field. And again, I get back to the politicians giving the right possibilities for companies to perform in the single market. And again, for me, that is about affordable and available energy, less regulations. There's been 850 regulatory obligations with 5,000 pages in the last 5 years. That's one every second day. And longer permitting time. If you are able to cut back on that, I think the trust will be there, and businesses will start and industry will start to invest again, and we will for sure catch up on the US and Asia.
Since our time's already up, I would be grateful for short answers.
Okay, so same question on trust?
Yeah.
So first of all, we have to explain that the single market has been very beneficial for prosperity in Europe. We also have to explain that there are certain, that actually the success has been basically on the trade in goods. And there are other areas like the trade in services where we haven't achieved a single market at all. So there we have all these regulations and administrative procedures at national level that impede integration. And if people understand that how beneficial it could be to reap these benefits, I think we can also create the trust.
I do believe over the long term, trust will come automatically if people feel that growth is there and we are competitive, and that also their personal prosperity is, so to say, saved and is not deteriorating versus others. So I think we all need to learn again that growth is something positive. If we expect that, trust is coming back.
And I think specifically for our industry, it's patience and continued passion for the topic and not giving up too quickly, because I think trust is lost when things are started, but then we only invest a little bit into sovereignty and not full force. And I think continuous support and driving the key strategic topics forward will create a new industry in Europe, and that will create trust.
Thank you very much to all of you. I enjoyed. Yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. Good to see you.
So that was definitely interesting, but I think it gives us enough material for discussing further tomorrow. But before we do that, I would like once again to ask the host to come on the stage. Welcome back, Professor Ruswo. Stand in our middle if you like. Well, that was a lot of food for thought, to use the English phrase in German. Yes, I think we had a bit of a roller coaster ride this afternoon. Many different impressions, which is right. This is how we planned the agenda, but it was definitely food for thought from different angles. What stuck in your mind? What do we need to go into more detail tomorrow? Well, certainly the whole security issue. We'll go into more detail on that tomorrow. We will have the chair of the largest opposition party here tomorrow morning early. So 8:15, so everybody don't come too late because it'll be crowded. We're also going to have the finance minister who will tell us how we want to fund all the investments that are needed. So we have the political aspect covered, but we're also going to discuss cybersecurity. And the federal CIO is here. Do you know there is a federal CIO? I didn't know that. I know there is some sort of office for cybersecurity. Yeah, it's a very important thing. But anyway, so the digital nerds will enjoy it. And the digital non-natives too? Yeah, sure. But we are also going to discuss defense and defense efforts. So these were the angles we still lack in order to get a complete overview. And I think in the political debates, above all, we are going to check what exactly is the likelihood of this or that happening. Quite honestly, earlier this afternoon, it was almost too good to believe, wasn't it? You have the Chancellor who kept talking about speed and acceleration. Then you have a Minister of Economic Affairs who kept talking about competition, competitiveness. Almost too good to be true. And now I'm looking forward to when we'll putt. When will we see the impact? When will things happen? I believe from all our speakers that they were honest in what they said, but it's like football. What matters? I mean, a beautiful game gets you the Losers' Cup. The real cup is for those who get the goals. So tomorrow we'll have to discuss these details a bit more, how it can be done, how the government coalition will manage in the remaining, 15 months until the next national elections, because it isn't any more than that. And what about the prospect for a democratic consensus? We'll discuss that too. So I think there's quite a bit left for tomorrow. I think we should also discuss the responsibility of entrepreneurs in driving this process. Oh, absolutely. We should also discuss the good examples which already exist. So if you travel around Germany a bit, you do find creative examples how entrepreneurs, businessmen and women explain their employees how important internationalization is. I always quote somebody who does flags and who just does bigger flags. I mean, there was a little note which normally had sort of data delivery, the name saying, they rely that we get that done by 32nd February. And now he's got these large flags, and by that he shows the employees and everybody how important the international business is for this German company. Well, there are discussions about offshoring. We haven't discussed it much. There are some people who say we are staying loyal to Germany. Well, obviously, when we have 100,000 companies just represented here in the BDI, the Confederation German Industry. So with that many, you've got every single kind. And there are some where energy costs aren't an issue. They put a few solar panels on the roof and their computers will run, and maybe their charging stations for the power drills. For those who are different, it's a different story. Some people need more approvals. Others have a genuine industrial plant and get stuck in the jungle of red tape. So there are all sorts of examples. I mean, many of these. I keep raising that issue with politics. You always pick up on one example, however nice that particular cherry may be, like Intel. We also, I mean, that I've learned from my economy lessons, also have to look at the actual numbers. Where do we stand in our navigation? And it doesn't mean to butter it up. What is important is to talk about what can we do better so we get out of these lousy figures. So getting the pie, making the pie larger, we discussed that today, and I think it's going to be very important. You talked about approval procedures, and that brings me to tomorrow, because tomorrow morning, before the official program, which starts at 9 o'clock here, and you are all heartily invited. But in the morning, on the center stage, we're going to talk about chatbots instead of fax. How about the use of AI in public administration? If they ever get that done, then I'm sure other issues will hopefully follow almost automatically. We'll discuss it. I think there are lots of details also to discuss for the summer reception. Yeah, I've got to be careful I don't talk too much now, because I'm going to talk tomorrow as well. But I have a few things back at the back of my mind. And now we're going to look at the video of how today went. First of all, thank you very much for being with us. And after that, we have a reception all waiting for you outside. So don't forget, our partners have allowed us one day of industry with a get-together afterwards. This area is so nice that you can go outside too. So I'm looking forward to meeting many of you later on the plaza for discussing matters. Now it's back to you two. Yeah, we're going to look at the video of the day and then we leave. See you all tomorrow. Thank you.
Wir dürfen uns von der Welt nicht abwenden, sondern müssen uns ihr noch mehr zuwenden, aus Überzeugung und orientiert an unseren strategischen Wirtschaftsinteressen.
Müssen wir alles daran setzen, Zusammenhalt und Zuversicht zu stärken und in Teilen auch neu zu begründen. Das ist die zentrale Aufgabe unserer Zeit.